This is Audible.
Stand Alarmed! Militia in America, 1607 to 1783. Traditional American History Series, Volume 2. Written by James M. Volo, Ph.D. Copyright 2014. Narrated by Robert Stone. Stand Alarmed! Militia in America, 1608 to 1783. James M. Volo. It is but too well known on our borders that the inhabitants of these parts have been obliged to perform very hard military duty in ranging the woods and guarding the frontiers. Colonel Thomas Ellison, 1757. The militia. Lacking large standing armies, colonial Americans relied heavily on provincial forces or local militias for protection against attack or for prosecuting war with others. The purpose of a militia was to provide a quick reaction force mainly set to respond to Indian attacks, but the militia was ultimately used as an instrument for native suppression, a means of aggressive expansion, and a tool in times of civil unrest. The colonial militia, in particular, has usually been described from the perspective of the Anglo-American colonials as they came to rely on it in a manner unlike that of the Dutch, Spanish, or French in the New World. Citizen militias, the foundation of American individualism and liberty, should not be confused with provincial forces, which were organized, financed, and commanded by government officials. It has been said of militias, border warfare was the only school in which the yeomanry had been trained up, and as soon as the exigency was over, they returned to their farms or workshops. From the distance of time, most colonial militia organizations appear the same, and it has been difficult for historians to separate any differences or discernible peculiarities in the provincial forces that evolved. Nonetheless, there was one undeniable unifying characteristic of all colonial military forces. Whether set against natives or Europeans, the respective colonial governments attempted to enforce unequivocal recognition of their own sovereignty in a region by using the forces they had at hand. Not until the final struggle for control of the continent did armies from Europe join the fray in any strength greater than a detachment. The Atlantic-facing English colonies were established on a thin strip of coastal land, hemmed in on one side by the sea and on the other by the seemingly impenetrable forests and potentially unfriendly native tribes. The colonists in Virginia and New England were remarkably dissimilar in their political, economic, social, and religious attitudes. Yet in their beliefs concerning local defense, they were very similar, possibly because they both shared the same English military traditions. Without regard to the region of Britain from which they came, Englishmen came to America armed to the teeth. The story of the military institutions of the American colonies is an account of efforts to keep as much of the population as possible armed and prepared to fight on short notice. Evidences of lances, crossbows, firelocks, body armor, and helmets reminiscent of the Middle Ages have been found in even remote colonial settlements. The first whites to breach the woodland frontiers of North America were Dutch Boshlopers, British long hunters, and French coureurs de bois, who followed Indian trails into the interior for their own economic purposes and who were tolerated, if not encouraged, by the natives for their own devious reasons. Many Indian lands were lost to white intrusion as second-generation settlers invaded the forests, reaping the advantages of all the preparatory work done by the natives, in much the same way that the Pilgrims had occupied the fields of coastal New England left vacant by the disease-ridden Patuxet Nation more than 100 years earlier. The native possessors of the land sometimes proved resistant or even aggressive in the defense of their rights. Many attempted to stand their ground and repel the European invaders. This was especially true when native peoples encountered the Spanish, who enslaved them and used them as laborers and beasts of burden everywhere they went. The French attempted with some success to peacefully coexist with the Indians, living with them, marrying into their families, and converting them to Christianity. Finally, there were the English, who sought to remove the Indians from the land by treaty, contract, bargain, or force. It can be said with some justification that the French embraced the Indians, the Spanish crushed them, and the English displaced them. As the initial fear of attack diminished with time, the English colonists at Jamestown seem to have taken for granted the loyalty of those natives most familiar to them, and to have become somewhat complacent about their personal defenses, spreading out in a short time beyond the reach of aid from the community. The number of settlements along the rivers increased, as the waterway was the only efficient means of transporting goods and crops. In 1622, a concerted effort among the native populations of Virginia, a well-thought-out conspiracy among several tribes, resulted in the simultaneous destruction of several settlements and the murder of 375 colonists in a single day. Many of these were killed without warning in their own homes. This is a repetitive phenomenon in the development of frontier communities. Initial fear supports community action and substantive defenses. Growing familiarity with the surroundings leads to expansion and personal complacency, which ends in unexpected tragedy, panic, and renewed calls for community action and defense. The 1622 attack resulted in a retaliatory war between the colonists and the local natives, and it heightened the colonists' awareness of the need for a secure and easily accessible retreat in times of trouble. In the next year, there was a massive shipment to Jamestown of muskets and obsolete armor taken from the Tower of London. Each English colony designed its own systems of defense, generally fashioned around a militia formed of its male citizens. These organizations were remarkably similar, considering the number of individual colonial governments involved in their creation, and any differences are more easily ascribed to regional characteristics rather than any genuine inconsistency. The structure of the militias that were established in the English colonies speaks volumes concerning the daily life of colonials on the frontier. The entire frontier, encompassing many hundreds of miles, rarely required the deployment of massed military forces, but there were a number of border areas along which European nations came into conflict with one another. In addition, there were more than half a dozen centers of repeated military interaction between Native American peoples and unfriendly Europeans. The Lake Champlain-Lake George invasion route from Canada to central New York was one of these. The French and British contested this region throughout the colonial wars, with a heavy reliance on American colonial troops and Native American allies. Although the objective was control of the water passage between Canada and Albany, the struggle generally became a contest of forts and outposts. The 40 miles radius centered on Lake George may have been the most heavily fortified area in all of North America, containing 6 major forts and numerous outposts. The Americans and the British would again fight for the region and its forts during the American Revolution. Concerning the title and purpose. On the surface, the causes of the revolution have disappeared along with its lappets, bonnets, and periwigs. But the causes of dissatisfaction with government are deep-rooted and sprout new growth periodically. The similarities between the situation in pre-revolutionary America and the United States today are striking for any honest observer. In almost every case, a widespread and unremitting contempt for established authority, coupled with a libertarian leave-me-alone attitude, seems best to unify many of the cross-generational attitudes toward government passed down throughout these histories. This is a book for those who believe that clinging to their guns and their Bibles is part of being American. The people's right to have their own personal arms for their defense is related in the second of 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution, suggesting by its position in the Bill of Rights its importance to the founders. It is also described in the English Bill of Rights, 1689, and in the philosophical and political writings of Aristotle, Cicero, Machiavelli, Locke, England's patriot Whigs, and others. It was even upheld by the U.S. courts for the defeated soldiers and citizens of the Confederate South in the aftermath of the Civil War. Nonetheless, the concept is constantly under attack by social reformers and the progressive movement. A wider understanding of the individual right to own guns is presently enshrined in U.S. statute law with respect to decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court in District of Columbia v. Heller, 2008, and McDonald v. Chicago, 2010. Sam Adams warned at the time of the Revolution, "There are some persons who would, if possibly they could, persuade the people never to make use of their constitutional rights or terrify them from doing so." John Allen, who wrote Stand Alarmed in defense of the essential rights of Americans, noted, "When the rights and liberties of the people are destroyed, it is commonly by the mischievous design of some great man. But who this great man is, we do not certainly know, but may shrewdly guess." Most American political thinkers of the 18th century understood the words of the French philosopher Blaise Pascal and highlighted the idea that political structures were the products of social protocols and authoritarian pressures, and not the reverse. Pascal had written, "The king is a king because his subjects believe he is. Take away that belief, and the king has no power. Indeed, he has no identity as a king." Author and historian Colin G. Galloway has aptly described the fundamental nature of historiography and importance of studying history. Battles over history, dry, old history, and whose history gets to be told, can become heated and emotional because the ways we behaved then say so much about the kind of people, society, or nation we have become. Many modern readers labor in ignorance under an incapacity with history. That is not their fault. That comes from an incomplete knowledge of the then, to which they must be exposed in order to form a better understanding of the now. They should be more than curious in the passing of these inquiries, for it is by the means of a wider knowledge that centuries-old connections between fundamental principles are made. Adherents of different forms of government today and of the dynamic forces of social change at work in the modern world carry with them different logics, different priorities, and different frames of reference from our revolutionary forebearers. The founders were mortal men, but they wrote immortal documents and created immutable ideals. To those who wish to question this assertion, let them first determine at what point fundamental truths of equality, democracy, consent, justice, security, privacy, individuality, or any other closely cherished humanitarian ideal becomes outdated. When did self-evident truths, or human equality, or the liberties in the Bill of Rights begin their descent from fundamental precepts to inconvenient pieces of arcane phraseology? Was it on July 5th, 1776, or on July 6th? Was it in 1788, or on the centennial or bicentennial of their inclusion in the founding documents of America? Just how recent must a governing fundamental truth of human relationships be, or how old can it become and still retain its validity? The proposition that the foundational principles underpinning the expression of American exceptionalism are part of some other generation's history is intellectually dishonest. It smacks of an underlying partisanship that finds such foundational precepts inconvenient to the prosecution of some other political economy, social system, or utopian plan. The Burgher Militia. In order to better understand the role of militia in the English-British colonies, it is necessary to discuss the systems used by other nations in America. The defensive systems of the Dutch at Albany and on Manhattan Island were surprisingly different from one another, even though they were deployed under the same political regime. After 1630, the Albany colony relied on the goodwill and intervention of the 5, later 6, nations of Iroquois to defend itself. Motivated largely by a desire to maintain a profitable trade in furs, the Albany Dutch found it necessary to maintain an alliance with the powerful Mohawks, who acted as brokers for furs coming from the more remote tribes in the interior. Both the Dutch and the Mohawks had more to lose than would be gained by any mutual hostility. This quickly became the standard for the New York colony, with the Indians serving as hired mercenaries rather than a burgher militia providing for defense. On the other hand, the Dutch around Manhattan Island, New Amsterdam, became more aggressive toward the local natives. On Long Island, New York, besides the numerous Montauks, there were at least a dozen minor tribes that dealt regularly with the Dutch in New Amsterdam, including the Canarsie, the Shinnecock, the Wyandanch, and the Massapequa, also known as the Marsapeake. In the Hudson Valley could be found the Hoboken, the Hackensack, the Nyack, and the Wappinger, among other Algonquian speakers. In some areas, the tribes found subservience to the politics of the Iroquois superior to resistance to the white, and many Indian leaders found accommodation and outward submission the best strategies for dealing with the warlike and easily angered Mohawk. Among these were many bands among the Delaware of southern New York. Many modern place names still reflect the residence of these tribes from the 17th century. At the beginning of the 17th century, large divisions of the Delaware, Lenni-Lenape, Confederacy occupied extensive territories from Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey to the Hudson River, and they generally remained at peace with the Europeans for more than 100 years. Numerically, the Lenni-Lenape were the most numerous of all the eastern Algonquians. Members of another Algonquian-speaking sub-tribe of the Wappinger Confederacy occupied Manhattan, the Bronx, and Westchester. To the east of the Wappinger nations and along the New England coast, roughly from New York to Boston, the region was populated in turn by the Pequot and Mohegan of Connecticut, the Narragansett of Rhode Island, and finally the Wampanoag and Massachusetts nations. These were the principal nations of a region representing literally dozens of individual tribes, bands, and domestic groups, all of whom spoke Algonquian and had similar cultural characteristics and appearance. The Dutch initially attempted to purchase land from the native inhabitants rather than to force them off by threats. The best known of these purchases was that of 60 Dutch guilders by Peter Minuit, also known as Minuit, for all of Manhattan in 1626. The Dutch thought that the land surrounding present-day New York City belonged to the Wekwisgeek, a sub-tribe of the Wappinger Confederacy. This was an extensive tract that included much of the present-day Bronx, Yonkers, and Westchester County as far north along the Hudson River as Ossining. The island of Manhattan and most of Brooklyn belonged to the Canarsie, who were Lenni Lenape. In fact, a group known as Manhattans, island people, occupied the wooded island, but its name may have been descriptive of the place rather than the people. The Algonquian root mono or mana means island. There was also a native tradition that the region actually belonged to the Raritan, also Delaware, who had removed their entire population in the pre-contact period from Manhattan to New Jersey in what is today known as the Raritan Valley. In 1640, the Dutch in New Netherlands entered into a good faith agreement with ambassadors of the Siwanoy, Bede or Wampum people to purchase the entire coastline west of the Norwalk archipelago to the East River. The English settled at Norwalk made a similar agreement at approximately the same time with other chieftains of the Siwanoy living to the east of the Norwalk River, the New England side, for rights to overlapping portions of the same land. No one, not the Dutch, not the English, not the Indian chiefs who had received payments for the land, thought to inform the hapless natives that actually used the valuable seashore that their rights to be there had been bartered away. Quickly stripped of the base of their subsistence and their economic usefulness as trading partners by overtrapping the local furs, the indigenous people all around New Amsterdam were required to submit to colonial rule and were treated as an ignorant and brutish people. Dutch-Indian relations consequently deteriorated as the autonomous local tribes continued to resist colonial authority. The settlers finally became incensed when Indians killed 2 Dutch farmers in 1642. A group of 80 armed men, raised into an ad hoc fighting force from among the settlers, fell upon 2 encampments of natives near Hackensack, New Jersey, indiscriminately killing men, women, and children. This force lacked the order and structure of a true militia. The only body of respectable size raised by the Dutch during the period was sent to seize the colony of New Sweden in Delaware in 1655. Less than a decade later, when a small English force seized the Dutch possessions in North America, only a tiny garrison of soldiers stood in the way. Conquistadors and captains general. The Spanish feared an uprising if they armed the peasants who populated their colonies. They, therefore, discouraged private persons from undertaking the colonial defense. The adelantado, or military chieftain, risked his own capital, knowing that the crown would reward success with titles of nobility, land, and broad governmental powers in the explored regions. Consequently, the Spanish eschewed a military entirely and provided troops led by Spaniards of noble birth, known as conquistadors, or captains general, for the protection of their colonies. Widely dispersed presidios, or garrisons, were established to house these men. From these fortified positions, the soldiers sought out and actively engaged those local Indians who demanded their continued independence. By using the advanced technology of their firearms, cannon, and armor to great effect, the Spanish decimated the native populations of Mexico and Central America and smashed their will to withstand colonialism. The surviving Indians were then forcibly removed from the countryside and herded into one of the many missions set up by Jesuit priests or Franciscan friars. Herein it was hoped that the Indians would be Christianized and made submissive, or at least docile. Until the late 18th century, the heart and strength of Spanish-American colonialism was in Mexico, with the Isthmus of Panama and the islands of the West Indies serving as depots for the transportation of gold to the Old World. But in the swamplands of Florida, in the jungles of South America, and on the borderlands of the desert southwest of North America, the natives were capable of withstanding the full weight of Spanish aggression. The Spanish presence in these areas was numerically insignificant when compared to the indigenous population and the vast area in which they lived. The failures of the Spanish military in the New World can be seen in several regions outside of Mexico proper. The tensions in Florida, for instance, resulted in persistent outbreaks of violence directed at the Catholic missions. In South America, although they had raped the riches of Peru, the mighty Spanish armies limited themselves to the coastal regions of the continent rather than undertake a campaign against the native tribes of the interior. And finally, in the North American Southwest, the Pueblo Indians staged a significant rebellion against acculturation in 1670 by destroying almost every church and mission in Spanish New Mexico. Although attempts at Christianization had been made for almost a century in this region, professional soldiers and native mercenaries were needed to crush their resistance. These circumstances resulted from the decision of the Spanish court to leave the peasant population, the peons, unarmed because it feared the possibility of revolt. The Carignan Saliers regiments. The French in North America embraced a completely different defensive strategy by eschewing any form of military force in their dealings with the Indians. In 1643, a child king, Louis XIV, ascended to the French throne, and the early decades of his reign kept France embroiled in internal affairs rather than colonial ones. During this period, explorers such as Champlain, La Salle, and Marquette established many of the French claims to North America. Unfortunately, the period was also characterized by a great deal of corruption at court, sustained in large part by Nicolas Fouquet, the finance minister. During this period, the king ordered that those who originated any commercial or religious ventures in New France provide their own garrisons. These scanty garrisons of private mercenaries found it nearly impossible to put up a resistance to the unfriendly Iroquois. Not until 1661, when Fouquet was finally brought to trial, were the funds available for the crown to build a respectable colonial presence. In 1664, the French government made a commitment of royal troops for the first time in the form of 4 companies of infantry, 200 men, detached from the regular army regiments and sent to the West Indies. In Quebec, 20 companies, 1,000 men, of the Carignan Saliers regiment were stationed. These established a string of forts along the Richelieu River in 1665 and raided into Iroquois country in 1666, forcing the Indians to make a peace. Yet by 1669, fewer than 100 of these troops remained in Canada. 400 of the Carignan Saliers, their enlistment having run out, elected to remain as settlers as the regiments were returned to France. King Louis appointed a new finance minister in 1661. This was Jean-Baptiste Colbert, who played a significant role in producing the vast revenue surplus that he used in part to establish the foundations of French colonialism. Colbert was a mercantilist. Appointed Minister of the Marine, Navy, in 1669, Colbert quickly incorporated into his administration of the colonies the whole theory of mercantilism that was to characterize the 18th century. He helped to establish both the French East and West India Companies, and he set about creating a navy, a merchant marine, and a military force to support and protect them. Thereafter, the Ministry of Marine controlled the French colonies in much the same way as the Board of Trade, founded 1696, would control those of the English. Initially, while the Iroquois maintained their treaty, the small group of Carignan Saliers in Canada sufficed to police the inhabitants of New France, but they failed to have the desired effect when, in 1682, hostilities with the Iroquois resumed. Compagnie Franche de la Marine. The Ministry of Marine chose to rely on professional troops to police New France and only raised the inhabitants of Canada, militia, in the most severe emergencies. During Colbert's administration, the Compagnie Franche de la Marine were instituted and sent to the French colonies in India, the West Indies, and North America. The independent companies, Compagnie Franche, chosen for colonial duty, were formed into a distinct establishment of regular colonial troops. The men generally volunteered for long-term service. As they were raised, supplied, and administered by the Ministry of the Marine in France, they were known as the Compagnie Franche de la Marine. The first Compagnie Franche were sent to the West Indies in 1674. The first 3 companies to be stationed in Quebec arrived in 1683 in direct response to the renewed Iroquois threat. Within 5 years, 32 companies were serving in New France alone. The last 3 arrived in 1688, just prior to the opening of King William's War. These units were scattered in forts and outposts over a vast territory stretching from Acadia to the Great Lakes and Louisiana. Many of the early Compagnie Franche were hastily recruited, and some historians consider them to have been less effective soldiers than their European counterparts. The French colonial officers posted to frontier outposts were generally unskilled in traditional European tactics and lacked immediate oversight. Yet it has been pointed out by students of French colonialism that the training of the soldiers of La Marine was better than that of the common militia, and their officers had far more freedom of action than their counterparts in the regular army in responding to unrest on the frontier. Only reasonably good conditions of service and sufficient logistical support were likely to produce good soldiers in New France. Over the years between the initial establishment of the Compagnie Franche and the end of the 7 Years' War, the number and strength of these troops varied, and it is almost certain that the number of available soldiers in each regiment was usually below that prescribed at their establishment. When they retired or when the individual regiments were disbanded, many of the soldiers of La Marine took up the vagabond life of an Indian trader, married the daughter of an Indian chief, and cast their fortunes with the denizens of the forest. This greatly helped to cement the generally good relations established by the French with the Algonquian-speaking peoples of Canada. The Compagnie Franche took part in almost every engagement against the enemy in North America from 1684 to 1760. Many of these were small affairs, petites guerres, suited to small, mobile units like the Compagnie Franche. The men of the Compagnie Franche served as both policemen and soldiers. They were detached in small groups to man many of the outposts of the French fur trade, including Montreal, Niagara, Trois-Rivières, Michilimackinac, St. Frederick, Crown Point, New York, Chambly, and Detroit. Besides the Iroquois, they fought Fox Indians in Wisconsin and Chickasaw and Natchez Indians in Louisiana. Beginning in 1697, unofficial companies of artillerists were recruited from among the Compagnie Franche. These were some of the best soldiers in La Marine, and they were trained in the use of cannon and mortars of naval design. Although they suffered setbacks, the Compagnie Franche maintained the peace and successfully resisted attempts by the English and their Iroquois allies to expand their influence. After 1755, regular army units from France, known as troupes de terre, augmented the independent companies. However, in the unconventional style of frontier warfare, the Compagnie Franche, often serving with militia and Indian allies, were simply more successful than regular troops. When called on to actively campaign in the 7 Years' War, they gave a good account of themselves. The last of the Compagnie Franche served in Louisiana until 1769, when they were relieved by Spanish troops. The private soldier wore the standard military coat of the period used by most European armies. A few paragraphs concerning the uniform and accoutrements of these troops are necessary because, in the 17th and 18th centuries, most military forces eschewed camouflage and attacks from ambush. Such strategies were on the very edge of what might be considered infringements of the rules of war. Anglo-Americans were woefully conscious of their lack of proper uniforms, and it will be seen that the militia took steps towards the uniformity of their dress whenever they could. The uniform of the Compagnie Franche de la Marine was a long, collarless, single-breasted coat made of gray-white wool with broad blue cuffs and blue lining, and metal buttons, either brass or pewter. The pocket flaps were set low on the hips, and the skirts could be hooked back at the corners. At each corner of the skirts was a reinforcement in the shape of an anchor, a symbol of La Marine. Long-sleeved waistcoats, vests, and breeches and stockings, known as small clothes, were also gray-white until 1716, when they were made blue. These were made of wool, but linen was used for summer service. The usual hat was the tricorne, with the front raised high and a ribbon cockade on the left side. A cloth forage cap with a long tail was also issued. This was an ingenious affair with a front turn-up and surrounding wide edge. The forage cap must have been popular, as it was retained by the Royal Army into the French Revolution and adopted as a watering cap by the Napoleonic cavalry. A white neckstock and shirt completed the uniform. Shoes were worn rather than boots. Long stockings woven of woolen thread extended to the thigh. Long gaiters, leggings, with supporting garters, covered and protected the leg to the knee. These were strapped under the shoe and prevented its being pulled off the foot in the mud. Each man had one pair of gaiters made of white linen canvas, one water-resistant pair made of linen canvas blackened with tar, and one pair made of black woolen cloth. The gaiters were a new addition to the uniform, introduced at the time of Queen Anne's War, 1701. The regulation armament was a sword and a flintlock musket with bayonet. French firearms were generally of superior quality when compared to English military arms of the period. The steel-mounted French weapons were somewhat lighter and more reliable than those of the English. The Toul Marine musket of .69 caliber was carried by all the regulars in French America, including the Compagnie Franche. The Toul fusil de chasse, hunting musket, was a favorite with militiamen and Indians because it was sturdy and lighter than the standard weapon. A powder horn was slung over the shoulder on a thin leather belt to provide priming powder. After 1684, a sword and bayonet were carried in a double frog suspended from the leather waist belt, which also supported a small cartridge box. These leather boxes seem to have gone through a number of variations, holding from 9 to 30 paper-wrapped charges in a wooden block drilled out for the purpose. The flap of the cartridge box carried a medallion engraved with the king's arms and a white anchor representing the Ministry of Marine. The swords had thin straight blades or sometimes of triangular cross-section with a brass hilt that included a simple knuckle guard. The wooden grip was wrapped in brass wire. However, the Compagnie Franche appeared very different when on campaign in the wilderness. Indian-style moccasins, leather or cloth leggings, and a breech-clout were often worn. The large European hat was replaced by the cloth forage cap, and the uniform coat gave way to the blanket capote, a short, hooded, and unlined coat made of blanket-weight wool and tied closed with a woolen or leather belt. In winter, mittens and Native American-style snowshoes were issued. In the heat of summer, the capote could be used as a blanket at night, and daytime service was performed in a sleeved waistcoat. While the firearms remained unchanged, the cumbersome swords usually gave way to hatchets or tomahawks. Troupes de terre. The militia and the Compagnie Franche were the only military forces available to defend Canada until the middle of the 18th century. In 1746, 4 battalions of regular troops were sent to Canada. These troops were called Troupes de terre. In 1755, attesting to the military buildup required by the 7 Years' War, 4 additional battalions arrived with Baron Ludwig August Dieskau, and 2 more battalions came to America with the Marquis de Montcalm in 1756. 4 battalions arrived in 1757 and 1758. The troupes de terre were almost always composed of understrength units, and they were reinforced by companies of militia and Indian allies. They included men from a number of European regiments: Lorraine, Bourgogne, Languedoc, Guyenne, Artois, Royal Roussillon, La Sarre, Béarn, Berry, Cambrai, and Volontaires Étrangers. The unit integrity of these regiments was almost always respected during campaigns, so that, for instance, only Lorraine and Languedoc were present at the Battle of Lake George in 1755, and only Guyenne, Béarn, and La Sarre were at the siege of Fort Oswego in 1756. The uniforms of the troupes de terre was the same gray-white woolen coat found among other royal troops, but their small clothes and facings were of distinctive colors, including blue, red, and white. The breeches were uniformly gray-white, while the arrangement of buttons, lace, and pocket flaps varied according to regimental standards and traditions. Small detachments from the Royal Artillery were introduced in 1756 to strengthen the forts and reinforce the cannoneers of the Compagnie Franche. The French artillery did good service in the American wars, dragging cannons through the forests and transferring them to and from boats and barges. A corps of cavalry was organized in 1759 from among the Canadians, but this never numbered more than 200 troopers. Regular French officers led the mounted forces. The corps of cavalry served for less than a year, as it was found that horses could not be used as effectively in the deep woods and brush-filled fields of America as they had been on the more open plains of Europe. The uniform worn by these ancillary troops was blue, faced in red. The cavalry may have worn a leather cap trimmed in bearskin. To provide for the common defense. The encounters at Lexington Green, Concord Bridge, and the road to Boston on the 19th of April, 1775, certainly were among the best known in the history of the militia in America, but they were not the debut of the citizen army. Americans had been called out earlier in the Revolutionary crisis on a number of minor alerts and practice marches, and they were well organized and in some ways as well prepared as the regulars in Boston. More importantly, the whole countryside understood the militia concept, which was to them no new thing. Beginning with the earliest colonial military companies, the organizational and tactical concepts surrounding the militia, alarm riders, alerts, intertown cooperation, rapid assembly, and special detachments had begun to develop. The preparations and campaigns of the half-dozen colonial wars in the 17th and 18th centuries illustrate a continuing refinement of this concept right up to the end of the Revolution. No formal establishment of regular army troops was used in Anglo-America for defense for almost a century and a half after the founding of the first English colony. In part, this was due to the character of the colonists, religious dissenters or political outsiders who distrusted professional military forces. Moreover, the home government itself was in turmoil from 1640 to 1660 during the English Civil Wars and again beginning in 1688 with the Glorious Revolution. Even if the colonists in America had wished a regular army, there was no force available in England to send. Unlike the French, who were treated to the rule of a single royal family with 4 monarchs, the Bourbons, the British government or ruling royal houses changed 6 times and had 12 separate heads of state during the colonial period. These almost continuous political and social upheavals figured prominently in the history of all the English colonies. Several major battles were fought between Royalists and Roundheads on Maryland soil, and ships of war from both sides exchanged cannon fire within sight of Boston and Plymouth. As many as 1/3 of all the able-bodied male Puritans in Massachusetts returned to England in this period to support the Parliament. Without a consensus about which government in England was lawful during the periods of unrest, the colonies generally reverted to the last form of legitimate governance until such time as the question had been resolved in England. Confusion in the administration of military as well as civil affairs necessarily accompanied these abrupt and bewildering changes. With Royalist planters controlling the southern colonies and Puritans predominating in New England, leaders, both public and military, took sides in these disputes, and many soldiers deserted their posts. A similar circumstance took place during the Glorious Revolution of 1688. The governor of New York, Sir Edmund Andros, was a thick and thin royalist who considered the colonists little better than rebels and traitors. The people, generally believing the king, James II, to be a tyrant, were disconcerted, angry, and stubborn, by no means the best frame of mind for facing a great public danger. A Dutch rebel named Jacob Leisler, buoyed by the crowning of William of Orange as King of England, raised a group of his countrymen, seized Fort William in Lower Manhattan, and attempted to gain control of the colony. However, Albany was still controlled by the Conservative Party under the leadership of Mayor Peter Schuyler. The unrest continued until word came from King William and Queen Mary appointing Leisler governor. Ironically, Leisler was later hanged for having overstepped his authority. Neither New York nor Pennsylvania had a large militia establishment beyond local companies. While New Yorkers followed the lead of the original Dutch founders of their colony by relying almost entirely on the goodwill of the Iroquois for defense, the peace-loving Quakers of Pennsylvania uniformly resisted raising any local armed forces. Pennsylvania's fortunate geographic position at the center of the English colonies allowed the Quaker majority to pursue their pacifism into the middle of the 18th century, with the northern colonies fighting the French on one hand and the southern colonies keeping the Spanish at a distance on the other. Those English who settled in Virginia, Maryland, or the Carolinas came armed and expected to fight off both the native population and any incursions by the Spanish. In fact, as late as 1740, Spanish privateers could be found stalking the Atlantic coast from Florida to the Delaware Bay. Unlike the other colonies with their mountain barriers to the west, the whole extent of the New England frontier was open to the sudden descent of an enemy by canoe from Canada. Rivers flowed to the sea from the interior and through most of the English settlements that made up Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire. These were highways into the wilderness, but they were also avenues of danger to be watched. It was almost impossible to efficiently defend this frontier. To block up the mouths of the rivers with forts, isolated from all support, was equally idle, as was proved by the utter failure of every such attempt. Herein lay the weakness of the English. They were compelled to receive the enemy at their own doors, and that disadvantage they labored under from first to last. The New Englanders initially maintained good relations with the native peoples, but joined together in the middle of the 17th century to wage a series of wars of annihilation on particular Indian tribes. In these efforts, they were often allied with other Native Americans who viewed the Europeans as tools to be used in their own intertribal politics. Finally, those who settled into the back country found that there was simply no adequate passive defense for such isolated habitations. Frontier colonists resorted to the expedient of forting up during times of unrest. A chain of log forts and garrison houses was established along the colonial frontier. The need to link these outposts led to the development of rangers, who scouted the gaps between forts looking for signs of native unrest. These factors gave the English militia a unique regional flavor even to the type and quality of the soldiers it produced. The southern colonies preferred to raise more cavalry units than did the colonies of New England. As early as 1672, the Virginia colony claimed to be able to field 20 troops of horse, 30 mounted men each, and an equal number of companies of infantry, 30 musket men and 30 pike men. Neither Massachusetts nor Connecticut, with populations equal to or larger than Virginia's, could field such a number or proportion of horsemen at that period. Bacon's Rebellion. The dangers presented to effective governance by the existence of large bodies of unregulated militia can be seen in Bacon's rebellion in Virginia in 1676. The causes of the rebellion were complicated and obscure then, and are no less so today. Moreover, the lens of patriotism distorted much of what was known of it during the American Revolution. Nathaniel Bacon was only 26, but he maintained a successful plantation on the James River and had enough wealth and influence to sit on the council of the elderly royal governor, William Berkeley. It is certain that Bacon was neither a hot-headed youth nor a romantic cavalier defending the oppressed. His motives for defying the royal governor at this time are unclear, and his early death prevented him from leaving a detailed written account. Certainly, the plantation owners and settlers along the Virginia and Maryland frontier were discontented with the colonial government when Bacon appeared on the scene. His courage and decisiveness made him at once a popular hero, not only with the small farmers on the frontiers, but with the substantial planters and traders as well. By 1670, the expansion of plantations into the interior had created increased friction with the natives. The spark that raised the conflict took place in the Potomac River Valley in the summer of 1675, when the local militia from Virginia crossed into Maryland and slaughtered almost 24 Doeg and Susquehanna Indians in a feud over some missing hogs. The Indians retaliated, and the whites demanded further retribution. Back and forth along the frontier, raid and counter-raid followed. In spring 1676, 36 persons living on the Rappahannock River were killed during a series of Indian attacks. Virginia settlers, terrified by the renewed hostilities, found themselves clustered for defense in their backwoods settlements. As a consequence, the local companies lashed out in unauthorized raids at any Indians they could find. There was little response from the governor. He rejected the more aggressive course favored by the colonists and ordered an end to any vigilante actions. He also ordered the establishment of a series of weakly garrisoned stronghouses in the border areas, secured by a ranging force of 125 cavalrymen. This plan required the establishment of a provincial army of more than 500 men. Although many of the Tidewater aristocracy supported the governor, the frontier planters scoffed at Berkeley's design, as it would raise the level of taxation to a point the planters could not bear. While the governor would do nothing further to stop the frontier massacres, he also absolutely refused to empower the militias to deal with the problem themselves. Nathaniel Bacon and his followers called for 1,000 volunteers to raid the Indian settlements. This action was successful in suppressing the Indian attacks, but Bacon refused to disband his army. Before long, Bacon's followers began to call for sweeping changes in the colonial government. They elected a new House of Burgesses, with Bacon as one of its members. This body extended the franchise to all free men and lowered taxes over the objections of Berkeley and his supporters on the Royal Council. Even the colony's women played a role, and they were among the rebellion's most active zealots. To this point, Bacon and his followers had determined their course based on the solid underpinnings of absolute necessity. However, as friction between Berkeley and Bacon increased, Virginia became split between increasingly belligerent factions, and active warfare broke out between the two. Contemporaries considered the ensuing rebellion a spontaneous uprising against the tyranny of an obstinate royal governor. Ultimately, the governor fled and abandoned the seat of government at Jamestown to Bacon's followers, who burned the town. Almost immediately thereafter, Bacon contracted a fever and died. The rebel army simply melted away, and the governor returned with nothing but vengeance on his mind. He captured and summarily hanged all the members of the rebellion whom he could identify. Their property was confiscated and their families were turned out of their homes. Word of Berkeley's program of revenge was reported to King Charles II in London, who was shocked by the governor's lack of restraint and presently recalled and replaced him. Charles II declared that Berkeley killed more Englishmen in Virginia than had he in retaliation for the beheading of his father, Charles I, a quarter century earlier. Royal troops were sent to the Virginia colony, and thereafter the upheaval slowly died down. The royal authorities duly noted Bacon's rebellion at the time, and it may have accelerated and justified the transformation of the Virginia Company's settlements into a royal province. Ultimately, Governor Berkeley's forts were built, and a few dozen mounted soldiers were hired to range or patrol between them. The first Rangers in American history. Southern Militia. A comparison of the organization and function of the militia in New England with that of the southern colonies finds several important differences in their regional character. Most notable was the clustering of settlements and the formation of cohesive towns in New England, while the plantations of Maryland, Virginia, or the Carolinas were virtually isolated outposts separated by many miles. Dense populations served as an advantage to an effective militia system. The early settlements along the James and York rivers, such as at Jamestown or Williamsburg, offered a small but densely settled pool of potential fighting men who could come together to form a cohesive body, but this was lacking in the later colonial period as farmsteads spread across the frontier. Once the Native Americans of the Chesapeake Bay area were weakened by war and disease, the Virginia militia virtually ceased to exist except as an agency for the control of slaves. White Carolinians were forced to defend themselves from both Spanish aggression directed from Florida and the possibility of Indian outrages along the frontiers, almost without aid of any kind. Ultimately, the militia of South Carolina became so scattered by the rapid expansion of the frontier settlements as to be incapable of an effective defense. By 1760, the colony's 2,000 militiamen were spread out over 150 miles of frontier. The defensive system became so poor that most of the outlying settlements in South Carolina had to be abandoned in times of trouble, with settlers fleeing east to avoid the raids and attacks brought on by the French and Indian War. With the introduction of a regiment of British regulars into the buffer colony of Georgia in 1732, what was left of the South Carolina militia system also evolved from a military force poised to withstand outward aggression into a simple slave patrol. The New England Confederation. An importantly different aspect of the militia in New England from that in the South seems to have been the formation in 1643 of the New England Confederation, which tried to unify the authority and command of the militia of several colonies. The Picot War of 1637 initially indicated the need for a more organized response to defense needs among the New England colonies. The most important aspect of the formation of the Confederation was its central purpose of joint military and diplomatic action. The Confederation lasted for 42 years, successfully overcoming various problems posed by the friction between colonial officers and the various colonial commissions. Mobilization of forces was often slow. Intercolonial command was awkward, and the colonial objectives were sometimes at cross purposes. Although one aspect of the system was its phenomenal inefficiency, it should be noted that the militia in New England won all the important wars undertaken by it in the colonial period. More importantly, the New England militias were able to raise at times upwards of 1,000 men to prosecute and win major wars against the Indian populations, all without revolting against their colonial governments, as had the militia in Virginia. Consequently, New Englanders did not fear their armed militia and neighbors. The Picot War. The Picot tribe was an Algonquian-speaking people closely related to the Mohegan. They inhabited a narrow strip of coastal New England. At the time of European contact, they controlled all of Connecticut east of the Connecticut River to the Picot River, Thames River, near New London, and west to present-day New Haven. There may have been up to 2,500 individuals in the tribe. Initially, they maintained fairly good relations with the Dutch and English in the region. In 1637, the murder of a local white trader caused a breach in these good relations. The New England colonies fielded a large army that surrounded and destroyed the main Picot stronghold near the Mystic River. Many of the natives were killed outright. Others were burned to death when the village was fired. Between 600 and 700 Indians were killed. Of the survivors, a large number were taken captive and sent as slaves to the West Indies. Other survivors scattered to live among other native tribes in the region. 1 month later, 120 Massachusetts men, who had pursued them, surrounded a remnant of the tribe in a swamp in the town of Fairfield, Connecticut. All but a few dozen Indians were killed or captured. The Pequot War was the first major conflict undertaken by the English against an Indian nation. There was no question that so many Europeans with their firearms and light armor would prevail over the Indians with their bows and arrows, tomahawks and war clubs. This success set the precedent for all other major campaigns against the Native Americans undertaken by the English. Attack their villages, burn their crops, enslave those that were not killed. Devastate or totally eradicate the tribe by relentless pursuit. King Philip's War. Metacomet was a son of Massasoit, the chief of the Wampanoag Nation who had greeted the Pilgrims in Massachusetts in 1620. Metacomet, known to the English as King Philip, became the tribal leader after the death of his father and older brother. He led an alliance of coastal New England tribes in a war to end illegal white encroachment on their lands. In June 1675, a series of attacks was made upon the English settlements at Swansea in Rhode Island, and Dartmouth, Taunton, and Middleborough in Massachusetts. The New England Confederation fielded an army of more than 1,000 men under the command of Josiah Winslow. Captain Benjamin Church, who initially was offered command and would later be regarded as a great Indian fighter, served as a volunteer. In December, this force surrounded the main stronghold of the Narragansett Indians near Kingston, Rhode Island, which was occupied by 3,500 Indian allies of King Philip. The assault lasted 3 hours, and the English penetrated the defenses of the village. They set some 500 dwellings on fire and retired to stand about the burning stockade, shooting any Indians who attempted escape. More than 1,000 natives were killed, but more than 200 colonials were killed or wounded as the survivors broke out into the nearby marshes. Benjamin Church was wounded twice in the battle, but he was fully recovered when in February 1676 he led the colonial army in a campaign that systematically destroyed the villages and food stores of the Indians of the region. Among the prisoners taken in these raids were the wife and children of King Philip, who were sold as slaves in the West Indies. Finally, in August, Church ambushed Philip in a refuge near Bristol, Rhode Island. The Indian who had betrayed his hiding place to the English reportedly killed King Philip. Philip's death effectively ended the war. The methods of warfare employed by the colonials in future wars owed a great deal to the trial-and-error techniques learned from these early encounters. A well-regulated militia. In 1688, the Crown under Governor Sir Edmund Andros briefly attempted to establish arbitrary royal rule over the so-called Dominion of New England, including New York and New Jersey, in which the power of the legislatures were limited, the towns restricted to a single annual meeting, and the establishment of Anglicanism enforced. 2 companies of red-coated British troops, a 74-gun ship of the line, and the first Anglican clergyman to arrive in Massachusetts had accompanied Andros in an effort to suppress dissent with respect to the Glorious Revolution. Colonial charters were confiscated, all but that of Connecticut, which was hidden in the hollow of an oak tree. From hence comes the phrase charter oak, which is common in Connecticut. The attempt failed due to the anger it generated on many levels, but the imposition of regular troops played a large part in raising colonial ire. King James II, Stuart, was successfully deposed, and the individual colonies returned to their previous form of local governance in 1691 by decree of William III and Mary, Stuart, James's daughter. The new king and queen reissued the charters with additional guarantees of local sovereignty. Sam Adams later noted that the royal charters issued to many of the colonies and sanctioned at the end of the previous century by William III and Queen Mary secured to the American people all the English liberties and some additional privileges which the common people in England had not. It was at this time that the English Bill of Rights, 1689, was issued, which contained provisions for the keeping and bearing of arms by the citizenry. The provisions contained in these documents were more than mere abstractions for the patriots. A well-regulated and well-trained militia force provided a practical solution for the defense needs of most settlements. It had been tested and employed successfully against the Indians in the limited operations that characterized the wars against the Pequot and King Philip. Consequently, militia systems were established throughout the English colonies by the end of the 17th century. While less than adequate to substitute as a regular army, such organizations were ultimately able to defend the settlements, drive back the Indians, and hold open the newly abandoned lands for European acquisition. In lightly populated areas, the militia system was an immediate and practical measure for public safety, largely necessitated by an ever-shifting frontier of new farmsteads. Yet there remains in America the cherished romantic concept of the militia as Minutemen, a mythical army of self-trained and self-armed warriors springing from the colonial soil in times of trouble. While this may seem a natural and sensible means of having, near at hand, contingents of men familiar with the use of weapons, the reality of relying on such a makeshift system for defense could prove a disastrous illusion. The earliest settlers were seldom effectively organized for warfare when simply formed in hastily assembled and informally constructed groups. It was found that only with training was the colonial soldiery effective. Therefore, periodic training days were instituted, and a cadre of elected or appointed officers was formed. A local stockpile of gunpowder and a few artillery pieces were provided, along with armor, pikes, and other items not commonly available to the settlers. These improvements became characteristic of most militia systems. The local company. The structure of the local militia companies in New England has been very well documented. Company strength ranged from 65 to 200 men, but often fell so low that units might be combined from neighboring communities. Local command was invested in a captain, subalterns, and sergeants. These officers were usually elected by the men, but after the middle of the 17th century, nominations and commissions were being approved by the General Court in New England and colonial governors elsewhere. While military authority generally came from a legislative body or the Crown, the actual management of any war was left to the colonial governors. The overall command structure and the level of authority of individual leaders generally lacked clear definition and varied in form from province to province. Various colonies resorted to the mode of military organization most proximate to their experience and resources. Others were geographically organized and administered on the town or county level. Everywhere in this period, leaders led from the front, a relic of the obligation of the aristocracy in the days when weapons were less effective than those used in the latter 19th century. Martial masculinity and military image among potential leaders were important, especially among the rank and file, but safe and smart leadership ultimately became more important than heroic leadership. Not until the American Civil War did commanders realize that their tactical abilities were better deployed behind the troops, rather than their brains being splattered on the ground before them. As settlement first began, every able-bodied man was a potential soldier and had a legal obligation to serve. For frontier settlers, it was impossible to separate defense from the other tasks of daily living, such as clearing land, growing food, and building shelters. Men went to church with muskets in hand and set them down nearby in the pew or along the wall during the sermon. As the character of a village or town became more settled, the nature of the military service changed, but the universal obligation of all able-bodied free men, including servants, to serve seems to have remained throughout most of the colonial period. Women, magistrates, ministers, slaves, and those who suffered from physical and mental impediments or extreme old age were generally exempt from military duty. In Massachusetts in 1652, it was required that all free Negroes and Indians living in the colony train as part of the militia, but by the end of the century, the same persons were legally prohibited from serving. Nonetheless, in times of military emergency, every man, able-bodied or not, became a frontline soldier. Newly settled villages found it difficult to fulfill their manpower needs, and often several local militias were combined to attain sufficient unit strength to ward off determined attacks. As towns became more settled, militia membership became more social, a mark of full citizenship among the males in the community. But certain minimum property qualifications could exempt those who were wealthy in terms of land and livestock. Although a lone defense against the attack by even a small enemy force had no practical chance of success, men on the frontier remained reluctant to leave their homes in time of danger to fight in other localities. Small groups of frontiersmen would rather fort up in a single defensible position than become part of a larger campaign. This reluctance was somewhat allayed because the laws governing the militia usually prohibited men from serving for long periods far from home or outside their own province or colony. Provincial forces. Most of the soldiers who fought for the English colonies prior to the final cataclysm of the French and Indian War were colonials. Only after 1754 were large numbers of regulars sent to the English colonies. However, these colonials were not formed into a simple citizen army, but rather were regular provincial troops, formed into regiments and paid by the colony. After the Pequot War of 1637, the Puritans overhauled their militia system to provide for a quick reaction force called a trained band, something likened to the concept of a Minuteman. They also began to fill their overall manpower needs by imposing quotas on the individual towns. After the Indian Wars of 1675, men were recruited to serve in provincial regiments. These regiments were in some measure bound by kinship ties with fathers, sons, brothers, and cousins, all serving in the same unit. The numerous appeals from the colonies for aid during Queen Anne's War and Britain's constant need to maintain a war footing in America during the previous 2 decades provoked a formal reassessment of colonial policy early in the second decade of the 18th century. The Board of Trade began to look at the possibility of putting the individual colonies on a more secure imperial footing and of placing the frontier settlements under the strictures of martial law during times of war. From this point, provincial regiments were established to replace the less formal militia units in major operations. In many colonies, they became permanent organizations known as the Governor's Foot Guard or Horse Guard. In later times, they became the Royal Americas or the Queen's Rangers. Fighting age. Massachusetts and Virginia laws generally agreed that those between the ages of 16 and 60 would be formed into militia units for training. This age range is generally undisputed by historical authorities, but it may leave the student with an incorrect picture of what a provincial army looked like. Exhaustive studies of provincial forces suggest that the average age of men serving in the provincial forces was just under 26, with 80% under 35 and less than 2% over 55, many of them officers. Rather than a conglomerate group made up of a spectrum of men of many ages, only a few boys and older men peppered the ranks. Provincial armies were pragmatically composed of adult males in the prime of life. Almost 90% of these men were volunteers, and, unlike the soldiers of Europe, most of them were literate, being able to read the Bible and write their names and short letters. It is interesting that regular British officers listed among the complaints made against the militia the observation that they continually prayed and read the Bible. Appearance. In the 18th century, militiamen were expected to supply most of their own arms, accoutrements, and clothing. Evidence suggests that there was little uniformity of dress, each man wearing what he thought best for his own comfort and circumstance. The back-country militia companies commonly wore the same garments in which they pursued their daily livings on the frontier. This would include a linen shirt in summer and one of deerskin in winter. This was covered with an outer garment known as a hunting shirt, a kind of loose frock reaching halfway down the thigh, with large sleeves open before and so wide as to lap over a foot or more when belted. Each hunting shirt was made of heavy linen and had a shoulder cape of the same material. The garment was usually trimmed in unraveled cloth in the manner of a fringe and was held close with the same belt that held a knife and hatchet. The fringe actually helped to wick away moisture when the garment became wet. The choice of wool or linen outerwear was made according to the season, but most men dispensed with woolen coats in favor of a warm woolen blanket. This form of clothing was that of the backwoodsman, failing entirely to approach anything military in style. Although most frocks remained in their natural white or gray color, many companies, in the absence of formal military attire, dyed their linen hunting frocks a uniform dark color. Browns and greens predominated, but blues and purples were not unusual. Only red seems to have been avoided, possibly because the dye ran easily in the presence of perspiration. Yet the linen frocks were well suited to the vicissitudes of the weather and the physical exertion that would be expected of soldiers. Washington came to appreciate the linen hunting shirt both as a practical garment and as a means of strategic deception and tactical subterfuge. The British came to associate the fringed frocks with the riflemen whom they both detested and feared, and more than once they overestimated the lethal abilities of a force of patriots in hunting frocks by mistaking militia-toting muskets for riflemen at a distance. The Marquis de Lafayette noted of that the Revolutionary Patriot Army was ill-armed and still worse clothed, but the best-clad wore hunting shirts or gray linen coats. An ammunition pouch, powder horn, canteen or water bottle, and a haversack were usually worn on straps which crossed the chest, leaving the accoutrements riding high on the hips. A wide variety of caps, hats, and kerchiefs were used to cover the head. Most men wore broad-brimmed felt hats and stocking caps. The men wore loose trousers or breeches of wool or linen, moccasins or shoes on their feet, and their lower legs were often covered with Indian leggings or leather stockings. Colonel Adam Stevens wrote to Colonel George Washington of the Virginia militia in 1755, "The Indians discover our parties by the track of their shoes. It would be a good thing to have shoe packs or moccasins for the scouts." The local militia unit from Norwalk, Connecticut, commanded by Thomas Fitch, the governor's son, marching off to join the colonial forces massing in Albany during the French and Indian War, was dressed in such a variety of common workmen's clothing and civilian dress that it seemed unlike a proper military unit. Fitch's young sister, to provide some level of uniformity, gave each man a chicken feather for his hat. When the men arrived at the encampment, a surgeon among the British regulars took the opportunity to write a poem derisive of the colonials. This was later set to a common tavern tune and became the song Yankee Doodle. Ironically, the colonials adopted the song as an anthem illustrative of their independent spirit. Colonial Americans were generally tolerant, conservative, hard-working, and hard-fighting, and Yankee Doodle ultimately became a national symbol that also generally portrayed the rudiments of these qualities. 2 decades later, the colonials gleefully assumed the identity of Yankee Doodles, or just plain Yankees, during their quest for independence. During the Revolutionary crisis, however, there was an immense gulf between the Yankee Doodle gentlemen who planned and directed the protest program and the detritus of colonial society that formed the mobs that acted out in the streets. One of the most important tasks of these Yankee Doodle gentlemen was to direct and control the Sons of Liberty, who ultimately established a form of mob rule in the streets that was stronger than that of the magistrates in their legislative chambers. Although there may have been a good deal of crossover among individuals, the Liberty Boys should not be confused with the militia. Many prominent patriot gentlemen, made bitter by the ongoing crisis, voiced a preference for mob rule over the arbitrary rule of Parliament, but deep in their hearts they retained a certain social disdain for the lowest classes of American society. Among these was a very young New York gentleman born in Nevis in the West Indies, Alexander Hamilton, who deplored the present situation of the better class of colonials, who were being forced to live outside the bounds of a proper government. James Hawker, a British naval captain, noted, "The militia drums beat to arms, not to quell the mob collected in defiance of all law and allegiance to their sovereign, but to increase it." Regrettably, the reader may need to take a closer look at the mobs that populated the streets of America during the crisis of the 1760s and 1770s and rid themselves thereby of some romantic notions concerning them. Basic equipment. Although local authorities kept a supply of weapons and gunpowder on hand for emergencies, every colony required that each householder provide himself and his family with specific weapons and equipment. In most colonies, each militiaman was required to bring his own musket or rifle, 1 pound of lead balls fitted to his weapon, powder in proper proportion to the ball, a haversack, a 1-quart canteen or water bottle, and a hatchet, tomahawk, or hunting knife. Moreover, few muskets were loaded directly from powder horns. Instead, ammunition was made up ahead of time in paper rolls, kept in a cartridge box or bag, containing both a measure of powder and a leaden ball. The powder horn was generally used only for priming or by riflemen, who might alter their measure of powder depending on range. There remain many questions about the effectiveness of heavy 17th-century equipment, particularly the body armor, in the American wilderness. The buff leather coat and breastplate were popular in the 17th century. They offered good protection against sword cuts and arrows, but not firearms. They were lighter than steel and were more flexible than armor. It seems certain that after King Philip's War, 1675, the pike and most of the metal armor all but disappeared. By 1658, the New England Confederation's standing orders to its militia members no longer called for any plate armor other than the gorget, an iron protective collar worn about the neck and shoulders. These changes mirrored similar developments in Europe. It has been said that the colonial period bridged the gap between medieval warfare and the onset of the modern warfare of the mid-19th century. Adjustments to military methods, instruments, and tactics came to America somewhat slowly. The mere passage of time eventually marked the evolution of weapons from pole arms, swords, and matchlocks to more convenient tomahawks and knives, and more dependable flintlock muskets and rifles. Moreover, orderly books and journals from the period indicate that militiamen were frequently ignorant of rudimentary drills and were barely able to deal in a military manner with the wide variety of arms available in the colonies. Firearms. Historians report that matchlock muskets predominated in the Plymouth colony over flintlock, snaphance muskets before 1645. After that date, the colony seems to have been armed completely with the more dependable flintlock weapon. Rapiers, swords, and pole arms were more numerous than either type of musket during the early colonial period, suggesting that most men were armed with some type of blade. Rifles did not appear as a common battlefield weapon until the 18th century. In fact, the rifle's slow reloading time and the dense forests took away much of its advantage in terms of accuracy. Smoothbore muskets would dominate the battlefield until the American Civil War, 1861 to 1865. By the beginning of the 18th century, almost all of the firearms used by the militia were based upon the same standard smoothbore flintlock technology used by the armies of Europe. Most firearms, including pistols, fired a generally large lead ball between .63 and .75 caliber, but more than half a dozen different calibers were commonly used during the period. The effective range of the long arms remained under 100 yards, while the visually intimidating pistols were actually wildly inaccurate and useful only at very close quarters. Weapons were often loaded with a combination of buckshot and ball in order to offset their inherent inaccuracy and make them capable of hitting multiple targets. The more accurate rifle did not become a major factor in warfare until the American Revolution. Native Americans quickly found that they could Indian rush a rifleman before he reloaded. Consequently, riflemen were often paired with musketmen or other riflemen who provided cover fire as the rifle was loaded. Rangers and outposts. Almost all the colonies used rangers. Only Pennsylvania and New York seem to have neglected the establishment of a formal corps of these paid frontiersmen to watch their outlying borders. Of course, New York relied on the ubiquitous Iroquois, but the pacifists in Pennsylvania absolutely refused to take any steps toward creating military units, even defensive ones. For this, they were strongly criticized both by British military officers and by colonial representatives like Benjamin Franklin, who, though noted for his humorous jibing, sometimes spoke of Quaker intransigence with uncharacteristic vitriol and impatience. As attacks by Indians increased, William Penn's dream of forming a society ruled by strictly pacifist principles proved impractical. Ultimately, the non-Quaker settlers of Pennsylvania paid the price of pacifism with their blood on the western frontiers. Franklin had tried for 8 years to establish volunteer militia companies in Philadelphia, called associators, so that the word militia would not offend any pacifist sentiments. He even penned a pamphlet, Plain Truth, printed in 1747 in both English and German to reach the widest audience. This pamphlet was filled with Old Testament references to the divine approbation of making a military defense when the need arose. There is no British colony accepting this, but has made some kind of provision for its defense. In the autumn of 1755, the violence that militarists and pacifists alike dreaded took on the form of an unremitting terror of Indian attack, with armed colonists displaying the mutilated bodies of victims on the Capitol steps and frontier families huddling together in their homes in the face of imminent capture, torture, or death. The Assembly finally gave in to Franklin's long-standing proposal for an unpaid volunteer force in the form of the colony's first Militia Act. The colony of Pennsylvania, with a huge frontier left unguarded by decades of neglect fostered by pacifist Quaker control of the legislature, suddenly began a fort-building program after General Edward Braddock's defeat on the Monongahela. In December 1755, the colony voted to build 4 major forts in Northampton County. These were Forts Hamilton, Norris, Allen, and Franklin. The last was named for Benjamin Franklin, who was instrumental in moving the appropriations through the legislature. The intensity of Pennsylvania's fort-building program was best characterized by Franklin's personal direction of the construction of Fort Allen, Allentown. Repeated attacks on the Moravian missions on the frontier prompted Franklin to travel with 165 colonial soldiers to the proposed site of the fort in the dead of winter. Within just 2 days, a passable stockade was complete. The fort had 1 bastion centered on each of 2 opposing walls and 2 half-bastions at the opposite corners to cover the walls. 3 blockhouses were erected inside, and the fort contained its own well. This may have been the best built of all the provincial forts, and it was considered by many contemporaries to have been the most strategically important post east of the Susquehanna. Many smaller outposts, optimistically called forts, were also built. One of these was Fort Hinshaw, a 70-foot square made of saplings driven into the ground around Lieutenant James Hinshaw's home in the town of Shoemakers, Pennsylvania, very close to present-day Bushkill and inside the Tox Island National Park. It had 2 lightly built bastions on opposite corners to protect the walls. 8 militiamen were assigned to the fort in 1756, but were removed in 1757 to Fort Hamilton, in present-day Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, further south in the Delaware Valley. Several nearby garrison houses, Brink's at Bushkill, Captain John Van Etten's home, Tishock's, and Henry Courtract's home, were somewhere in Upper Smithfield Township. All these posts were created to protect the local farmers as they worked their fields. Indians attacked Van Etten's home in 1756. Franklin had issued the following order from Bethlehem to Captain John Van Etten of the Smithfield Militia. For the better security of the inhabitants of that district, you are to post your men as follows: 8 at your own house, 8 at Lieutenant Hinshaw's, 6 with a sergeant at Tishock's, and 6 with another sergeant at or near Henry Courtract's, and you are to settle signals, or means of suddenly alarming the inhabitants, and convening your whole strength with the militia of your district, on any necessary occasion. Every man is to be engaged for 1 month, and as the province cannot at present furnish arms or blankets to your company, you are to allow every man enlisting and bringing his own arms and blanket $1 for the use thereof over and above his pay. You are to acquaint the men that if in their ranging they meet with or are at any time attacked by the enemy and kill any of them, $40 will be allowed and paid by the government for each scalp of an Indian enemy so killed, the same being produced with proper attestations. Virginia established a system of paid mounted rangers in the 17th century of almost 1,000 men. They patrolled the frontiers, held down depredations, and tried to keep abreast of the attitudes of the natives. They also established defensive outposts on the frontier. In 1754, Virginia voted funds to build several military posts and to fortify with stockades several garrison houses. In this regard, Colonel George Washington wrote to Ranger Company commanders Captain William Coke and John Ashby in 1755, "You are hereby ordered to remain with your companies at George Parker's plantation, where you are to erect a stockade fort. As this is intended for the protection of the country people, there is no doubt but they will assist all in their power, especially in providing tools, which, without, you may meet with some difficulty. You are to send a trusty sergeant with proper powers, etc., for recruiting, in order to complete your company." The ranger companies in Virginia were subject to disbandment or continuation based on the situation and the available budget. They were typically raised in a specific county for service only therein. There were two major exceptions to this, however: the expedition to the Ohio River and the expedition to the Cherokees, both in 1756, and both conducted in whole or part with ranger companies. There was a failed attempt to incorporate the ranger companies into the Provincial Virginia Regiment in 1756, but the ranger companies declined the request over matters of military discipline. It was not until 1757, with the passage of an Act for Preventing Mutiny and Desertion, that the ranger companies and the Virginia Regiment were subject to the same military law. Edmund Atkin, a prosperous South Carolina merchant familiar with the Indians of the southeastern frontiers, was made an Indian agent by the Board of Trade and asked to submit a plan for the defense during the troubled times of 1755. One of Atkin's proposals was the creation of an extensive line of forts on the frontier to provide not only safe havens, but also trading posts and warehouses for presents and trade goods for the natives. In combination with these, he suggested the formation of 2 troops of rangers from among men used to the woods, to be paid by the provincial fund. 2 rangers were to be quartered at all times at each fort in order to carry expresses, and the rest to be employed ranging on the back of the settlements of the several provinces in such manner as shall be found most convenient for their protection, for which purpose they should carry some dogs with them, the more effectually to discover skulking Indians by their scent, whereby the Indians will be terrified and the back settlers rendered quiet and safe in their plantations. The New England colonies established a similar but less extensive system of rangers along their northern borders in the French and Indian War to protect the outlying settlers from the ravages of sudden attack. The best-known group of rangers was that raised by Robert Rogers from among the tough woodsmen of the New Hampshire frontier. Rogers' rangers could rival any Indian war party in ambush, murder, and scalping. Like chameleons, they combined Indian moccasins and leggings with uniform coats that were sober green in spring and faded to an almost perfectly camouflaged green-yellow by fall. They were seemingly impervious to weather, bivouacking in the snow, silently flashing past French outposts in winter on ice skates, and penetrating their lines on snowshoes. Rogers' own hair-breadth escape during the Battle on Snowshoes, fought near Lake George in 1758, caused colonial recruits to flock to him. It soon became evident that no British army, provincial or regular, could move safely through the wilderness without a protective screen of rangers. Although Rogers' Rangers seem to have provided good service to the British regulars, their status as something between regulars and frontiersmen had drawbacks. They were considered chronically unruly, undisciplined, and overpaid by many regular British officers. Ironically, these officers seem to have harbored a special resentment against Rogers, who was personable, charming, and a natural leader, simply because he was a provincial officer. British Army officers who served in North America during the 7 Years' War never tired of reminding one another that the American colonists made the world's worst soldiers. Rogers' Rangers were important during the colonial period, but they left their mark on American culture as well. The Rangers' effective attack on the Abenaki Indian Mission at St. Francis in 1759 and their heroic return through the wilderness have become the stuff of novels and of classic cinema and television. The Rangers so captured the imagination of Americans that their name was given to the Special Striking Forces of World War II, and Captain Rogers' detailed instructions for his volunteer Rangers, written in 1758, still serve as the basis for the irregular tactics used by the Special Forces of the U.S. Army today. Indian Warfare. The struggle for control of North America was also a contest over which methods and rules of warfare would be used there. For centuries, the Native Americans had fought among themselves in a conservative, if seemingly inhumane manner, using knives, clubs, and tomahawks made of wood and stone. The bow and arrow of the eastern woodland Indians of North America was unsophisticated and technologically inferior, not only to those developed by European and Asian cultures, but also to those found in South and Central America. The Indians shifted from traditional weapons to firearms as quickly as they became available, but it has been pointed out that the Indians never really mastered the white man's weapon. Nonetheless, the native war practices in terms of tactics, prisoners, and personal behavior on the field of battle changed little even with the introduction of firearms. The tactics employed by Native American warriors were simple and effective. They generally struck first without a formal declaration of war, using the basic offensive tactic of surprise. They commonly attacked isolated cabins and remote villages, often at dawn. They often attacked solitary farmers working in their fields after midday, and more than once fell upon farm carts driven by women or children. It was not unusual for an abandoned cart or riderless horse to serve as the first sign of a larger problem. Most attacks, however, took the form of ambushes made in forested regions. These were especially effective against non-military targets, such as small parties of settlers or fur traders. The Indians' tactics evolved with time and with contact with Europeans. They abandoned their traditional practice of not fighting through the winter months to launch crucial forays against such targets as Deerfield in Massachusetts and Schenectady in New York. Hundreds of miles of ever-shifting frontier settlements were not readily defensible against Indian raids, and the only effective strategy was thought to be retaliation so brutal as to deter further incursions. Colonial militias periodically organized punitive expeditions into the frontier regions. Since the Indians rarely chose to stand and fight, colonials learned to threaten and burn the natives' crops and villages. The Indians were thereby forced into an active defense of their homes that could be broken by trained soldiers. Recurrent hostilities and the need for repeated colonial forays into the border regions, with all of their political and economic consequences, posed a dilemma for colonial officials that they could never resolve. Nonetheless, a series of overwhelming victories by militia forces in the 17th century caused colonials to exaggerate their abilities in this regard. As a result, they tended to look down upon the regular British troops brought to the colonies to fight the French army in the second half of the 18th century. However, British Colonel Henry Bouquet exhibited an exemplary understanding of Indian offensive tactics during the French and Indian War, which was confirmed by his signal victory at Bushy Run in 1763 during Pontiac's Rebellion. He wrote, "There were three basic principles in the Indians' method of fighting. First, fight scattered. Second, try to surround. And third, give ground when hard pressed and return when the pressure eased." Firearms among the Indians. The effect that weapons technology had on warfare in this period was considerable. By 1676, almost all the tribes of New England Indians had converted to firearms, but they failed to develop a technological parity with the colonists. The adoption of firearms, therefore, made the Indian largely dependent on Europeans for powder and ball, as well as for repairs. Trade muskets, while widely available, were not as fine as those of the colonists or the regulars. Even when possessed of firearms, the Indians often found themselves with unserviceable weapons for lack of powder or repairs. Those Frenchmen charged with the development and expansion of trade with the native population generally understood this dependence on Europeans for repairs and used it as a means of binding the Indians to them. English traders, on the other hand, understood their role as providers of powder and shot, but seemed to have avoided dealing in repairs, choosing instead to supply an entirely new weapon to their customers, albeit at an exaggerated cost in terms of furs to the individual Indian. Tomahawks and bayonets. Also known as the Indian hatchet, the tomahawk was considered an essential piece of equipment on the frontier. So common was its use that it has come to symbolize the very concept of frontier warfare. During the 18th century, the terms tomahawk and hatchet were used to convey the very concepts of war and peace, as in raising the tomahawk and burying the hatchet. Although the Indians sought out firearms and even carried pistols, they continued to rely on the tomahawk and knife for infighting. The origins of the tomahawk have often been misinterpreted to include only the formidable metal hatchet used by Native American warriors. In fact, Indians had no iron tomahawks before the period of European contact. They generally used massive wooden war clubs that were quite effective in disabling an opponent. Nonetheless, once they were made available, the Native Americans placed a high value on their iron-headed hatchets and war axes. Very few tomahawks or Indian hatchets have survived the period. Many examples housed in museums may have never belonged to an Indian at all, but were among the prized possessions of some colonial farmer. Indian victories in the 17th and 18th centuries proved to many frontiersmen the value of the tomahawk as a personal weapon for hand-to-hand combat. In a number of cases, swords and bayonets, while available, were discarded in favor of the tomahawk. The type of warfare practiced by the Indians largely dictated the frontiersman's choice of musket, tomahawk, and knife. The musket could be deadly from ambush or from behind fortifications, and the tomahawk and knife, one in each hand, were equally effective for infighting. Many tomahawks were simple iron belt axes with a rounded pole that served their purpose in warfare as a weapon, but were mainly used in camp as a tool for cutting firewood, throwing up brushwood barricades, and driving tent pegs. Others were made with lightweight heads fitted with spikes that could serve no general purpose other than warfare. The most highly prized examples were pipe tomahawks. These had an iron head fitted with a steel cutting edge on one side and a hammer-like bowl on the other. A small hole ran from the bowl along a small passage in the handle, terminating in a brass mouthpiece from which tobacco smoke could be drawn. The heads of these pipe tomahawks were often beautifully engraved and ornate. The effectiveness of the pipe tomahawk as a weapon is questionable, however, as the handles were weak. Many of the surviving examples may have been presentation pieces. Many local militias of the 17th century snubbed the bayonet in favor of tomahawks and Indian hatchets. This is not surprising. Early bayonets were of the plug style, appearing much like long-handled hunting knives for which they were sometimes mistaken. Fitted into the muzzle to transform the musket into a long spear, the plug bayonet rendered the weapon useless for firing unless it was first removed. An improved socket bayonet was developed in 1687 that allowed the musket to be fired with the bayonet attached. Even with this improvement, however, bayonets did not replace the infantry pike in Europe until the first decades of the 18th century. The bayonet thereafter became common in European armies, but seemingly played no decisive part in the forest warfare of North America. British officers often noted that, but for the lack of a determined bayonet charge, they might have dispersed a concerted Indian attack. Although these tacticians placed great reliance on the ability of cold steel to drive the enemy from the field, in practice, the psychological effect of the bayonet usually caused one side or the other to flee before the forces closed. A seasoned soldier noted, "Bayonet fighting occurs mainly in newspapers and other works of fiction." Nonetheless, both French and British regulars fought with bayonets fixed to their weapons during battle. Eyewitness reports note the use of bayonet charges at the battles of Lake George, Ticonderoga, and Quebec, among others. British regulars. It is true that the British officers of the regular army only slowly learned to avoid ambushes in the wilderness by altering their campaigning routines, columns of march, ability to maneuver, and defenses against encirclement. General Edward Braddock's defeat in 1755 and Major James Grant's in 1758 would seem to confirm this statement. Yet the reputation of the British for massive ineptitude under frontier conditions was probably undeserved. Grant mishandled his forces by advancing in separate detachments, which were defeated in detail, and Braddock's men, rather than being poorly led, appear to have panicked and disobeyed their few remaining officers. Without exception, British regular officers seem to have been knowledgeable in the tactics of irregular warfare and the methods of combating them. They were thoroughly acquainted with the concepts of skirmishers, flankers, and advanced parties of scouts, which were included in their technical literature and training manuals. This is not to suggest that European warfare was being revolutionized, but rather that certain aspects of warfare were increasingly affected by the activities of irregulars in all theaters of operations, and had been addressed in terms of military training and tactics. The opposite conclusion was somewhat promoted by the actions of inept commanders who ordered a series of unsupported frontal assaults in impossible situations, such as in the British attack on Fort Carillon in 1758, or the attack on the Beauport lines at Quebec in 1759. In the provincial armies, there was relatively little struggle over the adoption of European-style methods of warfare with their straight lines of soldiers firing at one another across open fields. The tactics of the era simply sought to blast the opponent from the battlefield with concentrated musket fire and rout the enemy in retreat with a bayonet charge. Deployed in 3 ranks by company, an infantry regiment of 8 line companies, 2 additional companies would be set as flankers or reserves, could bring the maximum number of firearms to bear on the enemy. Firing rank by rank, a well-trained unit could deliver a devastating 9 volleys per minute, 3 per minute per man. Ironically, a regiment was not rated on how well it could deliver a volley of fire, but rather on how well it stood after receiving one. As regimental reputations were built on battlefield gallantry, the courage of those who broke formation was always questioned. Colonial regiments paraded, marched, and practiced the evolutions of linear tactics in much the same manner as British regulars, although without their crisp precision. This leaves the student with the unmistakable perception that much of what was said of the inability of the British regulars to wage war in America was based in a colonial fondness for griping. Colonial Americans were learning the same evolutions and would continue to use them with little modification through the American Civil War, 1861 to 1865. Among these were light infantry tactics and methods of skirmishing, but the seemingly self-evident concepts of taking cover and firing from concealment in the manner of the Indians were thought detrimental to discipline. Moreover, although Indian tactics inflicted many casualties on the enemy while somewhat conserving the attacking force, it was thought, even after Braddock's defeat, that they did not win battlefield victories. Nonetheless, the British record with regard to irregular warfare was exemplary. Parallel with the development of Rangers in the colonies was the development of regular light troops by the British. Thomas Gage, then a colonel, is generally given credit for conceiving the light infantry regiment. In 1758, Gage formed the 80th Light Armed Regiment, or Leathercaps, specifically for deployment in the American wilderness. The men were recruited from throughout the colonies to serve in the same capacity as Rogers Rangers, but under better discipline. Many who enlisted into the Leathercaps were dismayed when they learned that they were not signing on for the same higher pay as the Rangers. Though the regiment was supposed to replace the American Rangers, it never did, and the discipline of the Lights proved no better than that of the Colonials. The uniform of the 80th consisted of a short brown coatee, tailless jacket, brown waistcoat, brown breeches, and black full-length leggings, gaiters. Further developed by Lord Augustus Howe and Colonel Henry Bouquet, the light infantry were expected to serve as scouts, skirmishers, and flankers, as well as to stand in the battalion line. General James Abercrombie was a genius at organization, but vacillated in his leadership to the point where he was called Mrs. Nanny Crombie, outside his hearing by the troops. He managed the remarkable feat of assembling 15,000 troops and moving them and their supplies through the wilderness to Ticonderoga. The British regiments were in their customary red coats with the exception of Gage's light infantry, which reportedly wore some version of gray. Then, after losing Lord Howe, his second in command, in a skirmish on 7 July, On 8 July, Abercrombie had directed his troops into a frontal assault on a fortified French position without the benefit of artillery support. The 42nd Black Watch and the 27th Inniskillings bravely marched into the killing ground, but more than 2,000 men were killed or wounded among the abatis and ditches in front of the French lines. Eventually, his remaining force, 6,000 British soldiers and 10,000 colonials and their allies the Mohawks, panicked and fled. The army command passed to Geoffrey Amherst, best known as the architect of Britain's successful campaign to conquer the territory of New France during the 7 Years' War. Augustus Howe was a model soldier, young and highly regarded by the colonials. Although second in command in North America, he placed himself in the hands of Robert Rogers and learned, firsthand, his methods of woodland warfare and ranger tactics. Howe insisted that the British Army be sent to the frontier to learn to live and fight as rangers did. Regulars as well as provincials were made to cut down the tails of their regimental coats to ease their travel through the wilderness. He limited their equipment to weapons, canteen, a haversack, and a single blanket and a bearskin. Even officers were required to follow these instructions, and it was remarkable to see his lordship and his staff eating around the campfire like private soldiers. Unfortunately, the extremely brave Howe was killed in a minor skirmish near Ticonderoga. Had he lived to effect a change in British military attitudes toward colonials, the War of American Independence might have taken a different course or might never have happened at all. While Howe eliminated many of the useless encumbrances from the uniform and accoutrements of the light infantry, Bouquet made effective changes in their training. Yet Bouquet's tactics and field management of troops would not become universal in the British Army for more than 100 years. He is most often remembered for his brilliant defeat of the Shawnee, Delaware, Mingo, and Huron tribes at the Battle of Bushy Run in 1763. This battle lifted a native siege of Fort Pitt during Pontiac's uprising. Although Bouquet was a proponent of light tactics, the climax of this battle was a charge of the 42nd of Foot, Royal Highland Regiment based with broadswords that carried the field. In October of 1764, Bouquet led a force of 1,500 men into the Ohio country to bring the uprising to a close. General Braddock's ultimate replacement, the Earl of Loudon, was also cognizant of the need for his men to fire both kneeling and lying down, to march in a manner suited to forests and mountains, and to take cover when ambushed. General James Wolfe had his men lay down under galling fire from Indians and Canadian militia before the walls of Quebec in 1759, and he used light troops to guard his flanks. In the field, light troops carried only the basic essential equipment, shot bag and powder horn, cartridge box on a waist belt, bayonet, and hatchet. Many of the muskets carried by light troops were purposely shortened, and some had browned barrels to prevent the reflection of light. The Americans of the backcountry militia companies were generally looked down upon by regular officers for their disdain of personal discipline, not for their frontier tactics, and some regular officers considered them a portentous variation of the light infantry unit. Although the tactics employed by the colonials in combat generally failed to follow any particular pattern, these frontiersmen showed that they knew the arts of scouting, stealth, and ambush as well as any Native American. Many British officers, in particular those regulars with some years in service, had used irregular tactics to repress the risings in Ireland and Scotland in the 17th and 18th centuries, and special light troops were established who were trained in the prosecution of partisan and irregular warfare. General John Forbes drew on his own European experience and a staff analysis of Braddock's defeat to draw up a highly successful plan of operations against the Indians. Forbes's plan called for the use of Indian allies to reconnoiter the line of march, American frontiersmen to screen the column, disciplined bayonet charges to disperse ambushes, and a well-guarded line of depots and supplies to eliminate long wagon trains. British commanders with whom Forbes had served in Scotland and in continental Europe had employed these tactics in 1746 and 1747. In 1707, Scotland and England were formally united under one parliament. As the 19th century Scottish novelist Robert Louis Stevenson has noted, the image of Scotland as one nation can be misleading. The threat from outsiders, particularly the English, has tended at times to unite Scotland, but in reality, Scotland has no unity except upon the map. The territory of Scotland is divided into two roughly equal halves by the so-called Highland Line. This runs diagonally southwest from Stonehaven on the east coast and ends at Campbelltown in Kintyre. The area to the north of this line is mountainous and is called the Highlands. The area to the south is known as the Lowlands. Two languages, many dialects, innumerable forms of piety, and countless local patriotisms and prejudices divide these people. Although the lowland Scot uses the Gaelic, he himself is usually not of Celtic origin, but of Saxon roots, and unlike his Celtic brother in the Highlands, his language has been Saxon for more than 1,000 years. The lowlanders were often represented in anecdote as quiet, moral, and hard-working, the Highlanders as exuberant, carefree, and unreliable. Whilst capitalism has held sway in the lowlands since its earliest days in the 18th century, across the Highland Line, feudalism and even remnants of tribal communal system continued up to the first quarter of the 19th century. After the Union, England and Scotland, especially lowland Scotland, became more closely tied. They increased their trade with each other and joined together in building the British Empire. During these years, the land of the Scottish Highlands failed to produce a good living for the Highlanders, so several million Scots left to settle in other parts of the world, many to the American frontier. British Prime Minister William Pitt fostered the introduction of Scottish Highlander regiments into the army. These were generally drawn from those clans that had policed the Highlands for the Crown as the independent Highland companies. At the beginning of the 18th century, there had been a split in the Scottish clan system between those who favoured the government, such as Clan Campbell, Grant, or Monroe, and those with Jacobite leanings, such as Clan Cameron, MacGregor, or Mackenzie. At the Battle of Glen Shiel that ended the 1719 uprising, the aggressive attacks of the Monroes had won the day for the Hanoverian government. The kilted warriors with their wailing bagpipes and claymore swords had again given the British Army a difficult lesson during the last Stuart uprising in Scotland in 1745 to 1746. Within 6 months after the decisive Battle of Culloden, 1746, the independent companies had been disbanded completely. Rather than live with the apprehension of further violence from that quarter, Pitt had decided to incorporate the Highlanders into the fight against the French. Scottish tactics, more violent and less restrictive than those used by the regulars, proved successful against Aboriginal armies in many of the colonial theatres around the world. The Colonial Wars. The wars that characterized 18th-century Europe inevitably spilled over into America. The many conflicts that rocked Europe from 1688 to 1763 can safely be viewed as a single prolonged conflict on the American frontiers. Colonials on the frontier were inescapably involved in their own local conflicts during these intermittent wars, and both sides allied themselves with Native American tribes. Consequently, European colonists fought not only among themselves, but also with native allies and antagonists. During 7 decades of Anglo-French conflict over the possession of North America, there were a series of woodland skirmishes, raids, massacres, and major battles that intimately affected the lives of the colonials. There were 4 distinct wars fought during this period, with France and England allied on opposite sides with the other states of Europe. 1. The War of the League of Augsburg, known in America as King William's War, 1689 to 1697. 2. The War of Spanish Succession, or Queen Anne's War, 1702 to 1713. 3. The War of Austrian Succession, or King George's War, in 2 stages in Europe between 1740 to 1748. And 4. The 7 Years' War, or the French and Indian War, 1754 to 1763 in America, 1756 to 1763 in Europe. To limit confusion, the names used by the colonials for these wars will be used instead of their common European designations. None of these conflicts was decisive except the last. Even the catastrophic defeat of General Edward Braddock and his regulars at the hands of the French and their Indian allies on the Monongahela River failed to decide the fate of North America. Only the signal victory by General James Wolfe over the French under the Marquis de Montcalm at Quebec in 1759 fits the characteristics of a decisive battle. King William's War. In the summer of 1689, Louis de Buade, Comte de Frontenac, was summoned to Versailles and ordered by King Louis XIV to proceed to New France for the 2nd time as governor and to take up the conflict in North America that was raging in Europe. Frontenac carried with him orders that spelled out the king's optimistic plans for the invasion and capture of the English colony of New York. With 1,000 regulars, 600 militia raised from among the French habitants, and as many Indian allies as he could attract to the enterprise, Frontenac was to proceed up the Richelieu River, traverse the lengths of Lakes Champlain and Saint-Sacrement, Lake George, march down the Hudson River and take Albany by surprise. Thereafter, he was to proceed down the Hudson and take possession of Manhattan Island. In fact, no army in the history of North America ever completely succeeded in carrying out the march from Quebec to New York, although it looked so easy on paper. Moreover, marching through the wilderness with an army did not secure the region through which it passed, nor did it provide the extended system of resupply or the forces needed to keep the lines of communication open against counterattack. Consequently, Frontenac devised a plan of his own, and he proposed a raid on Schenectady, New York, deep in the Mohawk Valley, as the first step. It was the French who set the stage for the many decades of frontier warfare that was to serve as the primary rationale for the development of the Anglo-American militia. The tiny village of Schenectady was founded in 1662 as a trading post above the lower Mohawk Falls and Rapids. On a bitterly cold night in February 1690, the gates of the palisade stood open, guarded only by a pair of snowmen. The outlying houses and the interior blockhouse were dark. Shortly after midnight, the Frenchmen, supported by their Indian allies, moved out from cover where they had been lying in wait for the village to grow silent. Every house was surrounded, and at a signal, the doors of every residence were driven in. The garrison in the blockhouse, caught quite by surprise, perished. The town was set ablaze and ransacked of all its valuables. 38 men and 2 boys were killed, while only 2 Frenchmen were reported killed by the defenders. 22 women and children were marched off in the morning through the snow-filled forests toward Montreal, and a few older folk and small babies were left behind. One man, half dead, reached Albany on horseback to report the incident. Rumors of small bands of Indians stalking around the frontier communities of Northfield and Deerfield in Massachusetts abound during the remainder of the winter. The raids of 1690 could not go unanswered by the English, and a volunteer army was quickly raised from among the militia by Governor Simon Bradstreet of Massachusetts to take revenge upon the French. As Quebec was initially considered too far out of reach, Acadia, the French name for Nova Scotia, was made the target. Sir William Phips was appointed commander of an expedition of 750 volunteers, who were loaded onto 17 colonial merchant vessels. Phips won an easy victory at Port Royal, as the overmatched French garrison happily surrendered when given the opportunity. The English colonials destroyed the fort, plundered the town, and burned the Catholic Church. Meanwhile, the border settlers of New England and New York lived in terror. A joint expedition against Montreal, taken up by Connecticut and New York, commanded by Fitz-John Winthrop, son of the Connecticut governor, was so unsuccessful that Jacob Leisler, then the acting governor of New York, arrested Winthrop for cowardice. The failure was hardly Winthrop's fault, however. The combined force of 850 colonials and 2,000 Iroquois failed to materialize largely due to distrust and skepticism among the provincial commissioners who were charged with raising it. Only Connecticut met its quota of recruits, and the expected mass of Iroquois warriors, felled by an epidemic of smallpox, turned out to number only 70. After 3 weeks in the field, Winthrop had not reached Lake Champlain. With his men sick of dysentery and smallpox, he had turned back to Albany. Encouraged by the ease of his success at Port Royal, Phips assumed the command of an expedition funded by the colony of Massachusetts. This time the target was Quebec itself. Having amassed an army of 2,200 men in Boston, Phips sailed for the mouth of the St. Lawrence with a fleet of 34 transports and lightly armed escorts a few days after Winthrop left Albany. The guns of the fleet were to be his siege artillery. When Phips arrived before Quebec in early October, he found an army of 2,000 Frenchmen entrenched along the cliffside of the city. Most of these were poorly trained habitants who had come from Montreal after word of Winthrop's failure. Formed into a militia, but commanded by the wily Frontenac, these men presented a formidable obstacle to Phips' designs. Phips immediately opened negotiations with Frontenac for the surrender of the city, but the French governor understood that it would be difficult for the English to overcome his defenses in the short time left before the Canadian winter would make military operations impossible. Moreover, any assault on Quebec would require the besiegers to attack either the well-defended promontory or the entrenchments along the St. Charles River, where it emptied into the St. Lawrence. Neither strategy appeared promising. The French resistance was greater than Phips had imagined, and after 4 days of fighting in increasingly bad weather, the operation was terminated. The capture of the city of Quebec remained a major objective of the English throughout the period. With the failure of Phips's campaign, the French subsequently used their Indian allies to mount a series of terror raids on the New England frontier. Never before had French colonial policy so encouraged the Indians to make raids on civilians as part of the prosecution of a general conflict. Since further major campaigns by either the French or the English failed to materialize, the Indian attacks came to characterize the remaining 8 years of King William's War. These forays were of little consequence, except for the grief and anxiety they caused the inhabitants of the back country. The peace agreement, signed in Ryswick, Holland, ended the war in Europe in 1697 without settling many of the basic issues that had caused it. The peace neither ended English settlement in New England nor added a secure frontier to the dominions of New France. King William fell from his horse and died almost at the moment warfare was renewed in Europe, 1701, and his sister-in-law followed him on the throne. Unfortunately, the Peace of Ryswick, which should have provided Queen Anne with an untroubled reign, proved short-lived. During King William's War, the English colonials perceived an apparent indifference to their needs on the part of the Crown. All of the fighting in North America had been left to the colonists or to their Indian allies. The loyalty of the Mohawks was particularly tested as they lost more than 1/3 of their warriors during the period. Cooperation among the individual colonies proved politically impossible, and unilateral efforts seemed destined for miserable failure. The armies the colonies fielded were composed of too few men, with too little support, and the commanders were, for the most part, inexperienced in waging war. Queen Anne's War. In 1699, the French had taken advantage of the Peace of Ryswick to extend their colonies in America to Louisiana, considered then to encompass a much larger area than the present state. They established a settlement at Biloxi, Mississippi, on the Gulf of Mexico, and in 1702 a seaport town was created at Mobile, Alabama, barely 50 miles from the Spanish outpost at Pensacola, Florida. Meanwhile, Antoine de la Motte, Sieur de Cadillac, erected a fort at Detroit, a crucial point for the control of the Great Lakes fur trade. Eventually, there would be a chain of forts from Montreal to the Mississippi. These posts were viewed by the French as necessary anchors to the control of the North American interior. The English colonial authorities in the Carolinas viewed these developments with growing alarm, and panic was said to have briefly gripped the inhabitants of Charleston when word of a new European war reached them in 1702. Governor James Moore of South Carolina hurriedly prepared an expedition against the nearest target available to him, Spanish St. Augustine, that lay on the Atlantic coast of the Florida Peninsula. The Carolinians were familiar with the Spanish outposts along the border between South Carolina and Florida, and there was little doubt that the French considered St. Augustine the first line of their own defenses for Louisiana. It would be several years before the contested region would be made an English colony, Georgia, 1732. Moore's force of 500 Carolina militiamen, 300 Indians, and 14 small vessels swept away the Spanish missions north of St. Augustine, and within 2 days captured the town itself, but not the main fort. Moore was not prepared to overcome such a stronghold with the 4 cannon he had with him, and during the subsequent 8-week siege he sent for aid. The undisciplined army of colonials quickly became demoralized, and Moore spent much of his time dealing with the increasing discontent evident among his men. In 1703, with an army of 50 Carolinians and 1,000 allied Indians, Moore struck the Appalachee frontier with such fury that the Lower Creek and Alabama tribes abandoned the French and sought peace. This result renewed the loyalty of the tribes friendly to Carolina, but it failed to dislodge the French or the Spanish. In 1706, a joint Franco-Spanish expedition counterattacked at Charleston itself from the sea. Fortunately for the English, this force was poorly led, and the city was well prepared and stoutly defended by the provincial militia. Several hundred Tallapoosa Indians, led by a few Englishmen, suddenly attacked Pensacola in 1707, burning and pillaging the town and actually entering the fort before being repulsed by a determined counterattack. A subsequent attack was withdrawn when a French relieving force approached from Mobile. Thereafter, Mobile was reinforced and its stockade enlarged to serve as a haven for the tribes friendly to the French, particularly the Choctaw. Embittered by the traders' continued abuses, and incited by the Lower Creek Nation, who wished to have the traders removed, a group of Yamasee Indians rose and began killing whites in a coordinated attack in 1715. Up to 90 traders and settlers lost their lives on the first day of the insurrection. Those whites that escaped the initial attack spread the news of an Indian uprising all along the frontier settlements. Those colonists in the outlying farmsteads panicked and fled to Charleston. Almost all of the surrounding native tribes, with the exception of the Cherokees, eventually allied themselves with the Yamasee against the English. The South Carolina Assembly raised a force of 1,200 men, 600 Carolinians, 100 Virginians, and the rest armed black slaves, freedmen, and allied Indians. Having received arms and support from North Carolina, Virginia, and as far away as New England, Governor Charles Craven counterattacked, successfully vanquishing a large Yamasee force in the southern region of the colony. The immediate response of the Carolina authorities, especially those in Charleston, had far-reaching effects on Native American power on the southeastern frontier. It should be noted that at this time slaves were deemed more as servants than as chattels, and many had access to firearms under special circumstances. White slave owners seemingly feared Indian attack more than they did the possibility of slave revolt. On the New England frontier, raids and skirmishes in the border regions characterized Queen Anne's War. Deerfield in Massachusetts had been evacuated in 1675 during King Philip's War after a coordinated series of native attacks culminating in the Battle of Bloody Brook resulted in the death of about half the village's adult males. At least 40 militiamen and 17 others out of a company that included 79 militia had been killed, but the villagers had returned in 1676. In 1704, a force of several hundred French soldiers and their Native American allies again attacked the largely unprepared community of Deerfield. 56 colonials, men, women, and children, were killed, and more than 100 survivors were forced to begin a march into captivity in Canada. Over the next 7 weeks, 21 prisoners died or were killed on the trail. The Deerfield raids ultimately led to more detailed war preparedness in frontier settlements elsewhere. Throughout the first 5 or 6 years of Queen Anne's War, the Abenaki and New England militia sought out each other in the wilderness in a defensive response to the incessant series of raids and counter-raids. Not until several years had passed did the colonials realize that their frontiers could best be secured by destroying the French presence in Canada. In 1709, the Crown espoused plans for a substantial joint campaign with the colonies against the French in Montreal and Quebec. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut were to furnish a force to be mustered at Albany to strike at Montreal by way of the Lake Champlain route. Meanwhile, a force of 3,000 men, mostly regulars, and some 1,200 militiamen from Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island would be taken aboard a small fleet of warships to Quebec by way of the St. Lawrence River. The New England troops slated for the Quebec attack gathered at Boston Harbor to await the British Navy's warships. For weeks and months they scanned the horizon for a sail. Finally, with autumn approaching, word came that the Crown had abruptly cancelled the operation and sent the promised fleet to Portugal. When the colonials massed at Albany heard of this, they were dumbstruck. Confined for long periods in their camps, the Albany force had been stricken by dysentery. Men dropped by the score and had a difficult time retreating the 50 miles to Albany before the winter set in. The colonists were deeply resentful of being thus abandoned by the Crown, and the effects of this incident on the future relationships of the colonies and the Crown cannot be overemphasized. In 1709, Peter Schuyler of Albany and several delegates from the New England colonies pleaded that British forces be directed against Port Royal in Acadia. The Crown agreed to a joint Anglo-American expedition, but it would supply only 6 ships. The colonies of Massachusetts and Connecticut would have to supply the troops. A force of 3,500 men was raised with great difficulty. Colonel Francis Nicholson of New York landed his men, bombarded the fort, and after a few formalities accepted the surrender of the post. The English renamed the place Annapolis Royal in honor of the Queen. This expedition was the only real success for the English in America during Queen Anne's War. The success of the Port Royal expedition led to a second attempt at Quebec that ended in abject failure for the Anglo-American forces. Rear Admiral Sir Hovenden Walker was selected to command the expedition. He had a fleet of 64 ships, including 11 men of war. A force of 4,300 regulars under General John Hill had been taken from among the Duke of Marlborough's veteran troops in Flanders and reassigned to the venture. A colonial force of more than 3,500 men was recruited from among the New England colonies, New York, and New Jersey to once again attempt the land route by way of the Champlain Valley. Unfortunately, Admiral Walker continually delayed his departure from Boston, claiming that the colonies had failed to completely supply his needs. Finally, at the end of July, he sailed. 20 days later, he proceeded to ascend the St. Lawrence. At night, with a fog coming on, he passed the If aux Oufs, where the river is some 70 miles wide. 8 of the transports and 2 of the supply ships ran aground on the rocks of the fog-bound island, and about 900 persons drowned. His pilots now convinced Walker that a navigation of the river was impossible, although Phipps had negotiated it 2 decades earlier. While still 160 miles from Quebec, and with 1/10 of his force destroyed, Walker retreated. Word of the retreat was sent to Nicholson, who had arrived with his force at the foot of Lake George after some days of hard marching. When Nicholson was told the disgraceful news, he tore off his wig, threw it down and stamped on it, screaming, "Treachery!" He then burned his lightly fortified camps and marched his men back to Albany once again. The preparations for the expedition had been filled with colonial fears of regular forces and British recriminations against colonial legislatures, and it ended with the fleet partially destroyed, hundreds of men lost, and the French in Quebec untouched. The colonials were very bitter, and their anger increased when the British officials tried to shift the blame for the fiasco onto the provincial legislatures. The war lasted until both Anne, 1714, and Louis XIV, 1715, had died, and it was followed by more than 2 decades of peace in Europe. The Treaty of Utrecht, signed in 1713, gave the English Hudson's Bay, Newfoundland, and Acadia. However, the treaty failed to fix the boundary between New France and New England, and it left Cape Breton Island at the mouth of the St. Lawrence in the hands of the French. Here the French would build a base from which to thrust at the New England coast, Fortress Louisbourg. The citizens of Massachusetts were particularly incensed by these failures, as they had answered every effort to seize either Acadia or Quebec with a laudable immediacy. Public debt in the colony had skyrocketed, and local taxes had almost doubled. In the final years of the war, 1/3 of all the able-bodied males in Massachusetts were in the army, and nearly 1 in 4 of the male colonists who had entered the militia or provincial forces between 1690 and 1713 had died in service. Fortunately for the Crown, the war ended before the rhetoric became too extreme. The peace in Europe was not enjoyed in the colonies as Indian raids on frontier communities continued. There is no doubt that these were raids fueled by religious differences with French allied Catholic Indians from Canada attacking Protestant English settlements throughout New England. There is ample evidence that the Jesuit fathers residing in the native villages and Catholic Indian missions were openly encouraging their parishioners to take up the tomahawk against the English settlements. English Protestants would have done likewise, but they had little influence with the tribes. The death of the generally beloved Queen Anne, who was the last Stuart monarch of Great Britain, had caused the clans in Scotland to loose the final shreds of their political influence at court in 1715. An Act of Union had supposedly solidified the realm, but it had also spawned a separate Presbyterian Church of Scotland in 1707. Although the French recognized the accession of the German House of Hanover in the person of George I, there were legitimate heirs of the deposed James II Stuart living in Europe. This alienated many Scots from the British crown. A number of Jacobean plots and insurrections followed during the period of peace as the Scots tried and failed to regain the British throne for the descendants of James II. Decades of rebellion, persecution, and repression followed, particularly in 1719 and 1746. The violent repression of the Scots Highlanders by the Hanoverian regime, particularly after the decisive Battle of Culloden in 1746, ended any practical hope of renewing the Stuart dynasty, and many Scots and Scots-Irish removed to North America to find religious and political freedom. King George's War. From 1739 to 1742, England became involved in a meaningless conflict with Spain known as the War of Jenkins' Ear. This was the first stage of 2 conflicts known in America as King George's War, named for the throne's present occupant, George II Hanover, that lasted until 1748. Between 1742 and 1744, there was a brief peace, but French opposition to the accession to the Austrian throne of Maria Theresa in 1744 caused the British to become involved in a second round of fighting in Europe. Among the questions that remained in dispute in America between England and France in 1744 was the ownership of Acadia, Nova Scotia. While the English were firmly established in Annapolis Royal, the Treaty of Utrecht was unclear as to whether the English had gained possession of the entire vast country or only a strip of seacoast. Furthermore, both the French and the English continued to claim the Abenaki of Maine as a subject people. When word of a renewed conflict reached the colonies, these two problems particularly distressed the governor of Massachusetts, William Shirley, as the loss of Nova Scotia might rekindle the frontier raids of the Indians. In their greed to dispossess the Spanish of some of their most valuable sugar-producing islands in the Caribbean, the British Crown prepared an expedition in 1740 to attack a fortified Spanish seaport on the coast of South America called Cartagena. The British fitted out a fleet of 124 vessels, 29 of which were ships of the line. Aboard were 12,000 soldiers, among them 3,600 volunteers of Gooch's American Regiment of Foot. Admiral Edward Vernon commanded the entire enterprise. Although Vernon was an admirable seaman, the expedition was an utter failure. The Army commander refused to cooperate with the Navy, tropical disease laid the troops low, and the colonials insisted on being brought home when their relatively short enlistments expired in the middle of the contest. There was a false assumption, adopted by the expedition commanders, that soldiers from North America were somehow inured to the climate of the Caribbean. The refusal to release these Americans immediately created the most meaningful of negative consequences for Anglo-American relations. Besides the obvious failures of the expedition, fewer than 700 Americans survived to return to the colonies. Its most significant result might have been the scarring of American attitudes toward the British regulars. Accounts of the expedition and of the adverse conditions under which the Americans had served and died were widely distributed in the colonies. It can only be speculated as to the effects of these accounts on their readers. However, a new reluctance to serve under British officers during subsequent colonial campaigns can be documented in the years after Gooch's regiment was disbanded. In 1745, several New England colonies agreed to strike a blow at the French by attacking Louisburg. The colonials assembled a fleet of close to 100 vessels commanded by Captain Edward Tyng of Massachusetts and Peter Warren of the Royal Navy. Colonel William Pepperell of Maine, then part of Massachusetts, commanded the land force composed of more than 4,000 provincial troops. More than 80% of these troops were from Massachusetts. Connecticut and New Hampshire barely met their quota of men, and no colony south of New England committed any men to the enterprise. The landing was carried out in open boats through heavy surf. The Rangers secured the beaches with little opposition, and by nightfall 2,000 American soldiers had been ferried ashore. 47 days of siege followed, and many of the New England troops grew homesick and tired of Army life. Within a month, more than 500 men were reporting sick. The sight of wounded and dying comrades eroded their morale, which was further tested when about 20 English stragglers were captured and scalped and chopped and stabbed and prodigiously mangled by Micmacs. Ultimately, the colonials succeeded in driving the French from their Grand Battery and holding off an attempt to retake it, largely because of the bravado of the lustily cheering Americans. Mercifully, the French realized the impossibility of continued resistance before the lack of enthusiasm within the colonial army became too prevalent. American despondency quickly changed to exuberance. New England had scored a great victory at the cost of only 101 lives. The celebrations passed from town to town and from village to village as word of the success spread through the colonies. The war ended in 1748 with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. The war in Europe had proven somewhat of a draw, and the fall of Louisbourg proved to be the one shining accomplishment of British arms. By the terms of the treaty, the British possession of all of Nova Scotia was reaffirmed. They promptly established a major naval base at Halifax. The American colonials were outraged, however, when the government returned Louisbourg to the French in exchange for the city of Madras, which had been lost to French forces in faraway India. The idea that the hard-won and threatening fortress would be returned without consulting the provinces rocked many colonists. In 1749, Parliament tried to relieve a cash shortage in the colonies by granting Massachusetts a payment of more than £138,000 for its expenses in capturing the French fortress at Louisbourg 4 years earlier. This failed to dissuade the colonials from their ire as being too little and too late. The fortifications at Louisbourg, retaken in 1758 by almost 14,000 British soldiers, this time almost all regulars with the exception of 4 companies of American Rangers, were systematically destroyed by British engineers between 1758 and 1760 to prevent the town and port from being used in the future by the French should any new peace return Cape Breton Island to France. The dispute between the Crown and the Massachusetts colony over the disposition of Louisbourg can rightly be considered a cause of the American Revolution. The French and Indian War. The 7 Years' War, called the French and Indian War in America, actually began in 1754 with a skirmish in the wilderness of western Pennsylvania between French colonial troops and Virginia provincial troops, commanded by a young officer named George Washington. Governor Robert Dinwiddie of Virginia was very concerned in 1753 when he learned that the French were building forts on the Allegheny River and Lake Erie, and he sent Major George Washington with a strongly worded message of protest to the French commander in the region. Ultimately, Washington was accused of murdering a French officer who was on his way to make diplomatic answers to the governor of Virginia. This episode in the forests soon became a worldwide war. Battles on sea and land were fought in North America, the West Indies, Europe, India, the East Indies, and the Pacific between vast alliances on both sides, making it a true world war. England understood that it could not fight the French on the land in Europe, India, and North America, and simultaneously maintain a fleet strong enough to beat them at sea. While the British would concentrate on fighting the French in North America and the Caribbean, their allies would carry the fight in Europe. The Alexandria Conference. General Edward Braddock had arrived in America in February 1755. By April, he had called upon the colonial governors to meet at Alexandria, Virginia, to develop a strategy for the forthcoming campaign against the French. The governors of North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York, Virginia, and Massachusetts met with Braddock and Commodore Augustus Keppel of the Royal Navy at Charlottetown House. Also in attendance was William Johnson, a fur trader and frontier diplomat from the Mohawk River Valley of New York, who had been given complete control of British Indian policy as Superintendent of Indian Affairs by King George II. The Alexandria meeting was historic. Having no centralized army to place into the field, in the past the colonies had been forced to improvise a new army from among their scattered parts at the beginning of each campaigning season. The men at the Alexandria meeting undertook the plans for several simultaneous campaigns in 1755. For the first time, the Crown was taking an active leadership role in America. The Crown officials should have been met with an atmosphere of self-sacrifice and gratitude. Instead, the colonial legislatures resisted their propositions for prosecuting the war, and most of the British viewed them as short-sighted, selfish, and even maliciously unpatriotic. It would be necessary for the colonials and the British to overcome this mutual distrust and suspicion if they wished to prosecute a successful war against the French. The first proposal of the Alexandria meeting was for an expedition to secure the forks of the Ohio River and destroy the French at Fort Duquesne. This operation was to be under the command of General Braddock. The second plan was for a complete removal of all the French inhabitants left in Nova Scotia and the reduction of the French post at Fort Beausejour. This was the responsibility of the British Royal Governor of Nova Scotia, Charles Lawrence, who would be aided by 2,000 Massachusetts volunteers. Governor William Shirley of Massachusetts would lead an expedition to reinforce Fort Oswego on Lake Ontario before undertaking the reduction of the French post at Niagara. Finally, a colonial force of militia and volunteers raised in New York, New Jersey, and New England was placed under the command of William Johnson. His objective was the French post at Crown Point, on the forested shores of Lake Champlain. This post was considered a key to the passage between Canada and central New York, and Johnson was given the rank of Major General of provincial forces. Braddock set off into the wilderness from Fort Cumberland at Wills Creek, building a road for his army ahead of him. The physical achievement of clearing this road exceeded any other road-building project undertaken in North America to that time. The main strength of Braddock's command of 2,500 was the corps of regulars of the 44th and 48th of Foot, commanded by Peter Halket and Thomas Dunbar, respectively. These were filled out with companies of Virginia recruits. The rest of the force was made up of 3 companies of Virginia and Maryland Rangers, 2 New York companies, a South Carolina unit, a mounted troop of 30 Virginia dragoons, and teamsters and wagoneers for the baggage train. There were 86 officers, which included George Washington. Braddock dismissed all but 10 of the Indian scouts provided by Virginia Governor Dinwiddie. His contempt for wilderness warfare can be seen in his attitude toward the Indians. He was almost as contemptuous of his ranger companies as he was of the Indian scouts, although he was relying on their ranging ability to protect his column from surprise attack. This circumstance led directly to the column being ambushed, and the absence of intelligence concerning the unseen enemy may have led to panic among the regulars. A surviving British officer noted, "The men, from what stories they had heard of the Indians in regard to their scalping, were so panic-struck that their officers had little or no command over them." William Dunbar, a British regular officer, continued, "We were alarmed by the Indian hollow, war cry, and in an instant found ourselves attacked on all sides. Most of our advanced party were laid sprawling on the ground. Our men, unaccustomed to that way of fighting, were quite confounded, and were seized with the same panic, and went into much disorder, some part of them being 20 deep. The defeat of General Braddock shocked the British public. Our danger is also further increased by the melancholy defeat of General Braddock. A whole army, routed, and several hundred cut off by inhuman brutes, perhaps scare 1/10 of their number," wrote one editor. Another newspaper printed, "In consequence of this shameful defeat, The frontiers of several southwestern provinces lay exposed to the enemy, and how much innocent blood may be inhumanly sacrificed to the cowardice of the British soldiers in that action, we have the highest reason to fear the worst. Braddock's defeat at the Monongahela River was the most significant military event in British colonial history to that time. In its aftermath, the British regulars blamed the colonies for withholding essential support and even for alienating the Allied Indians' scouts from them. But the colonials claimed the regulars were simply inept and ineffective in the wilderness. One explanation of the defeat was based in the fact that 63 of the 86 officers involved in the action were casualties, devolving the overall command onto George Washington and the safety of the survivors onto the Virginia provincials, who, though suffering severe casualties, seemed to have maintained their battlefield discipline. The year 1755 was a bad one for the colonies. Besides Braddock's staggering defeat, William Shirley had delayed his advance on the French fort at Niagara. His own son had been killed on the Monongahela, and his men had become disheartened by the news of Braddock's disaster. The first signs of bad weather caused Shirley to cancel the operation against Fort Niagara. Shirley was now the commander of all British forces in the colonies, but his failure to attempt the reduction of Fort Niagara damaged his otherwise good reputation. Meanwhile, the all-colonial provincial force under Governor Charles Lawrence of Nova Scotia had captured Fort Beausejour and was well forward in securing the region. The 6,000 French inhabitants of Nova Scotia were rounded up and shipped away throughout the colonies in scattered groups. They managed to retain some of their heritage and were the object of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem Evangeline in 1847. The British defeat at the Monongahela, coupled with provincial success in Nova Scotia, left the regulars with an extreme sense of frustration. One last operation, of the 4 planned in Alexandria, had yet to play out, and it would provide a significant counterpoint to Braddock's defeat that would help to cement the idea of American military and tactical dominance. At the Alexandria Conference, William Johnson had been assigned the campaign against Crown Point. The English had received information that Crown Point was defended by only 800 Frenchmen and whatever Indians they could muster. The same spies brought word that the fort was in very good repair and defended by cannon. However, the French had word of Johnson's coming through the papers captured at the Monongahela, and would confront Johnson with 3,000 troops under the Baron Dieskau, who knew of Johnson's occupation of the Lake George shoreline. After ordering the construction of a fort at Ticonderoga, he quietly moved the French army up Lake George to within striking distance of Johnson's camp. Finally learning of the French approach on the morning of September 8, 1755, Johnson sent a large party back along the wagon road toward Fort Edward as a precaution. This detachment, which was ambushed some miles from the lake, became known as the Early Morning Scout. In the morning engagement, the colonials suffered their greatest losses. Johnson's own account of the Battle of Lake George, in the form of a dispatch, was reported in the colonial newspapers less than a week later. About half an hour after 11, the enemy appeared in sight and marched along the road in a very regular order directly upon our center. They made a small halt about 150 yards from our breastwork when the regular troops, whom we judged to be such by their bright and fixed bayonets, made the grand and center attack. The Canadians and the Indians squatted and dispensed on our flank. The enemy's fire we received first from the regulars in platoons, but it did no great execution, being at too great a distance, and our men defended by the breastwork. Our artillery then began to play upon them, and the engagement now became general on both sides. The French regulars kept their ground and order for some time with great resolution, but the warm and constant fire from our artillery and troops put them into disorder. This was about 4 o'clock, when our men and Indians jumped over the breastwork, pursued the enemy, slaughtered numbers, and took several prisoners, amongst whom was Baron de Dieskau, badly wounded in the leg and through both hips, and the surgeon fears for his life. He died in a few days. During the battle, Johnson received a wound in the thigh that was very painful, but he won the day. 1 week later, he was still planning to move against Crown Point. However, the expedition was fated to stall on the shores of Lake George. The colonial governments seemed satisfied to end the campaign with a victory in hand rather than risk success with another engagement. William Johnson's stature had never been higher. A Bostonian wrote, "This is the first time Mr. Johnson or any of his men ever fought an enemy, so that the militia of New England have all the glory of the most obstinate and long engagement." A Boston newspaper reported that the respect shown to Johnson was equal to what might have been paid to a Marlborough on his return with victory from Flanders. His Royal Majesty, George II, made Johnson a baronet for life. He was thereafter Sir William Johnson. There was now speculation in the English colonies that had the initial objectives of Shirley and Johnson been reversed, both men would have been better off. Shirley from Massachusetts would have commanded mostly New England troops, and Johnson would have marched through the Mohawk River Valley supported by fellow New Yorkers and the Mohawks. There were numerous calls for Johnson to supplant Shirley as commander-in-chief of colonial forces. The two men had a great falling out that was argued in the press, which damaged Shirley's reputation and somewhat exaggerated Johnson's. The initial steps of the campaign of 1757 resulted in a botched attempt to retake Louisburg by Admiral Francis Holborn of the Royal Navy. The English fleet sailed up to the harbor, saw 16 large French warships ranged about the fortress, and retreated precipitously without engaging. This failure was particularly noted by the Anglo-Americans, who were still smarting over the return of the fortress at the end of the last war. Fort William Henry Massacre. Meanwhile, Montcalm, who had taken over the military defense of New France after Dieskau's death, gathered an army of 6,000 regulars and Canadians and 2,000 Indians, and a large train of artillery at Ticonderoga in July 1757. His objective was Fort William Henry, which stood on the Lake George battlefield. The fort's commander was Lieutenant Colonel George Monro, a hard-bitten Scottish veteran of the European wars. British General Daniel Webb was at Fort Edward within easy support of Monro. The garrison had recently been enlarged to 1,500 with the arrival of provincial troops from New York, New Jersey, and New Hampshire, as well as a large number of women and children. These were frontier families who had come in for the security of the fort or dependents of the soldiers who regularly traveled with the army. But the fort could house no more than 500. Consequently, a fortified camp was hastily established to accommodate most of the garrison and to control the high ground that would otherwise have been freely occupied by the French. No attempt was made to provide obstacles to an enemy landing on the shore. During the first 3 weeks of July, Monro sent out no fewer than 6 separate scouting parties, but the inability of the English to penetrate the screen of French allied Indians at the northern end of Lake George proved frustrating. Finally, Colonel John Parker was ordered to undertake a reconnaissance in force. With 5 companies of New Jersey Blues, a militia regiment with roots going back to 1673, and a few New York militiamen, about 350 men in total, Parker left the south shore of the lake in some 24 whaleboats, heading for the sawmill at the falls of the La Chute River near Ticonderoga. Montcalm's Indians spied Parker's whaleboats traveling north just before nightfall and arranged an ambush at Sabbath Day Point on Sunday, July 24, 1757. Parker's troops allowed the intervals between their craft to become irregular and sometimes very large. 3 of the leading boats, much separated from the others, stumbled into the French ambush and brought the other English vessels to their aid just north of the point. Here the Indians, firing from the shore and launching their canoes into the lake, fell upon the detachment. All but 4 of the whaleboats were captured or overturned. In the initial attack, about 100 of Parker's men were shot, drowned, or hunted down in the forests to which they fled after reaching shore. About 100, including Parker, retreated to Fort William Henry either by boat or on foot through the woods. The rest were taken prisoner. The Indians were overjoyed with their success. Montcalm almost immediately sent out Brigadier de Levis with 3,000 men to march down the western shore of Lake George and prepare a fortified camp near present-day Bolton's Landing. Montcalm brought the rest of the army and the all-important artillery down the lake by boat. Once combined, the 2 forces moved to within 3 miles of Fort William Henry and nestled in a cove well suited to the army's protection and security. Montcalm then initiated a formal siege with entrenchments and parallels. 6 days of bombardment convinced Monroe that further resistance was useless. Monroe was brave enough, but the fort had not been built to withstand a classic artillery bombardment. Moreover, a letter from General Webb to Monroe, intercepted by the French, declared that no reinforcements from Fort Edward would be coming. Having been assured that help was impossible, Monroe acceded to Montcalm's offer of an honorable surrender. It was agreed that the British would march out with the honors of war and be escorted to Fort Edward by a detachment of French troops. The English passed a troubled night in Fort William Henry as the Indians pillaged the fortified camp. When they marched out on the morning of August 10, they were terrified that the French could not control the Indians. They were correct. When the column of English at last began to move, the Indians crowded upon them, impeded their march, snatched caps, coats, and weapons from men and officers, tomahawked those that resisted, and seizing upon shrieking women and children, dragged them off or murdered them on the spot. A frightful tumult ensued when Montcalm, Levis, and many other French officers threw themselves among the Indians, and by promises and threats tried to allay their frenzy. Montcalm was said to have pleaded for the Indians to kill him and spare the English who, though armed, seemed to have been so stunned as to make little or no defense. The broken columns straggled forward in disorder, seeking the protection of the French advance guard, which seems to have acted with unseemly detachment. Others among the colonials retraced their steps to take refuge in the fort. The massacre ended in fits and starts with as many as 50 English dead. To his credit, Montcalm succeeded in ransoming about 400 English in the course of the day, but the Indians decamped in a body toward Montreal with about 200 captives. Word came to Montcalm that a large reinforcement of Fort Edward was expected shortly from Albany. This made an investment of that English post impossible. More importantly, since it was felt that successful war in the wilderness required the services of the Indians, and they had left, no immediate advance toward Fort Edward was possible. Montcalm, therefore, burned Fort William Henry and retired. While other forts were built nearby in later years, the site of Fort William Henry lay abandoned and formed part of the landscape for tourism in the 19th century. The massacre is the focus of James Fenimore Cooper's novel, The Last of the Mohicans, 1826, and several motion pictures. Winning the Continent. In the campaign of 1759, Johnson reached Niagara with a force made up of 2 regiments of regulars, a battalion of Royal Americans, and 3,000 provincials. Johnson had also attracted 900 Iroquois to the English for this offensive. While Fort Niagara had been renovated and well supplied in anticipation of an attack, it had only 600 men to defend it. The siege was begun with classical form, but an error in laying out the approaches was made by the British engineers, which cost a number of unnecessary casualties. At this point, a French column from the forts to the west, containing many French allied Indians, approached to give Fort Niagara succor. This force was attacked by Johnson and was convincingly put to rout. The survivors retreated all the way to Detroit, burning many of their western posts and forts. Lacking the promise of reinforcements, the defenders at Niagara had no choice but to surrender. The capture of Niagara was a masterstroke for American colonial arms because it cut off the entire French colony to the west from the rest of colonial Canada. Later that year, the British regulars under Wolfe took Quebec without colonial aid, effectively ending the war in North America. In the Peace of Paris, 1763, France lost almost all its possessions in North America, except a few islands in the Caribbean. By the provisions of the treaty, Havana and Manila, taken by the British Royal Navy, were restored to Spain, which had belatedly entered the war as a French ally. In exchange, Britain received Florida and all the Spanish territory east of the Mississippi River. Britain held on to Minorca in the Mediterranean, and the Granadas, Dominica, Tobago, and St. Vincent in the Caribbean. France gave the Spanish all of Louisiana as compensation for their losses. Louisiana would be returned to the French in the Napoleonic era and sold to the United States in 1803. The British won a great worldwide empire in the 7 Years' War, but their grip on North America was a tenuous one. The struggle with France for North America had required the cooperation of the colonials and the British Army to a degree never before experienced. However, the effort was marred by ill feelings created during the initial tactical phases of the conflict. The Crown officials felt that they should have been met with gratitude for defending the colonies. Instead, the provincial legislatures resisted their propositions and treated the British military with disdain, ridicule, and even contempt. For their part, the colonials noted a number of disturbing peculiarities among the redcoats. Their officers fought a large number of duels among themselves. There was a high rate of suicide among the rank-and-file regulars, and the troops celebrated a number of popish religious holidays. It is clear that the colonial militia, though itself morally superior to the British regulars, and this conviction colored most of their interactions with them. The accumulated effects of almost a century of colonial neglect, widespread prejudice against provincials, and a growing distrust of British regulars would cause the Anglo-American colonists to attempt to sever their ties with Britain in 1775. In this regard, the French Wars and the French and Indian War in particular represent formative episodes in the history and culture of the United States. Allegheny Uprising, clinging to their guns. During 1763 to 1764, a serious Native American uprising in the Great Lakes interior was undertaken by a coalition of tribal nations under the leadership of the Ottawa warrior, Pontiac. All but 2 of the posts manned by British regulars were destroyed. The negative effects of this uprising on colonial relations with London cannot be underestimated, as it precipitated the first major armed insurrection by colonials against British authority since 1688, and underpinned the American belief in their right to keep and bear arms. This was the armed protest of the Conococheague Valley settlements. At the end of the French War, the Grenville Ministry had assured the colonials that the regulars in garrison on the frontier would be a thin red line between kidnap, scalping, and massacre, and security for the white settlements now that the French were gone. The local militias and provincial regiments that had supported frontier expansion and protected the settlements for decades could retire their arms and live in peace with the tribes, reassured by the intervening presence of the redcoats. However, Pontiac's uprising seemed to validate many of the negative convictions held by the colonials with regard to the regulars. Every British garrison in the Great Lakes region was taken by the native warriors, save 2, Fort Pitt and Fort Detroit, although the back of the uprising was broken by the regulars of the Black Watch, 42nd Highlanders, under Colonel Henry Bouquet at the Battle of Bushy Run, 25 miles east of Fort Pitt. The British Army seems to have been unable to fully secure the frontiers for more than 2 years. General Jeffrey Amherst, in charge of the region, was recalled by the Board of Trade and replaced with Thomas Gage, now advanced to Major General. The formal treaty between Pontiac and Sir William Johnson in July 1764 had hardly been a peace, much less a surrender. No lands changed hands, no hostages were taken, and no white captives were returned, all characteristics of previous agreements, and raids by disparate groups of recalcitrant warriors continued. Colonial confidence in British arms was severely shaken. The British regulars were humiliated, and the bureaucracy in London was embarrassed by the effectiveness of the Native American attacks. Colonial sensitivities were further assaulted when the line of frontier settlement proposed by the Proclamation of 1763 was deliberately distorted by Parliament into a permanent barrier to settlement in 1764. The undeniable primary principle of this line was to foster a market for British manufactures along the coastline and to prevent the development of any colonial industry in the interior. Americans soon began to realize that their own best interests were not always those of the Crown. James Otis, writing from the perspective of the seaboard colonials, noted, "The late acquisitions in America, as glorious as they have been, and as beneficial as they are to Great Britain, are only a security to these colonies against the ravages of the French and Indians. Our trade upon the whole is not, I believe, benefited by them one groat." Imagine the surprise on the frontiers when, no sooner than the French war had ceased, the settlers witnessed a paradox. English merchants' wagons and pack trains under British licenses carrying arms and ammunition westward for sale to the same tribes who had destroyed their homes. Matthew Smith and James Gibson responded to this circumstance for the frontiersmen in an open letter to Parliament. Called A Remonstrance from the Pennsylvania Frontiersmen, 1764, the letter was published and widely read in the colonies. It stated in part, It grieves us to the very heart to see such of our frontier inhabitants as have escaped savage fury with the loss of their parents, their children, their wives or relatives, left destitute by the public, and exposed to the most cruel poverty and wretchedness by the government. We humbly conceive that it is contrary to the maxims of good policy and extremely dangerous to our frontiers to suffer any Indians of what tribe soever to live within the inhabited parts of this province while we are engaged in an Indian war, as experience has taught us that they are all perfidious, and their claim to freedom and independency puts it in their power to act as spies, to entertain and give intelligence to our enemies, and to furnish them with provisions and warlike stores. To this fatal intercourse between our pretended friends and open enemies, we must ascribe the greatest of the ravages and murders that have been committed in the course of this and the last Indian War. We, therefore, pray that public rewards may be proposed for Indian scalps, which may be adequate to the dangers attending enterprises of this nature. The stark reality of scalping for money evidences the level of cruelty to which frontier warfare had risen on both sides. The taking of a scalp or hairlock as a trophy or proof of having killed an enemy in warfare was an ancient Native American custom. The Europeans, who traditionally took whole heads for this purpose, sometimes setting them on posts for display, did not introduce scalping to the Indians. Europeans did formulate and foster the payment of bounties based on the presentation of scalps, however. The tactics employed by Native American warriors were simple and effective, but barbaric and cruel by European standards. The mutilated bodies of white victims were often found posed in grotesque postures at crossroads or in the niches of trees along the trail. The frontier population of Europeans seems to have been particularly terrorized by reports of scalping. Word or rumor of outrages on lives and property kept the settlers in an increasing state of anxiety. When news of the capture of a nearby family reached Susanna Johnson, a frontier housewife, she recorded her heightened apprehension. Imagination now saw and heard 1,000 Indians, and I never went around my own house without first looking with a trembling caution by each corner to see if a tomahawk was not raised for my destruction. The most effective means of preventing such savagery was thought to be the forced separation of the natives from the settlers, with a line of outposts manned by trained soldiers standing to enforce it. This had been the rationale behind the Proclamation of 1763. Reality showed, however, that it was all but impossible for the Crown to regulate its relationship with Native America and to maintain its political alliances among the tribes through trade without some military authority, whether imperial or local, appearing to impinge on the perceived rights of the white frontier population. The first armed uprising of Americans against British governance in the colonies proceeded from this reality. It took place among the Conococheague Valley settlements on the Allegheny frontier along the Pennsylvania-Maryland border in the spring of 1765. The first rebel blood was shed there, and the first American victory over British arms was won there, 10 years before the fights at Lexington and Concord. A British force was besieged, its commanding officer and part of its garrison were captured. Veteran Highlanders of the famous Black Watch fired on the settlers, were fired upon in turn, and were defeated. The British regulars holding the stockaded post at Fort Loudon, built with colonial funds, raised the white flag, surrendering and marching out under the muzzles of the long rifles of the Pennsylvania frontiersmen. 4 years later, in 1769, a band of these same borderers stormed Fort Bedford and took it from the soldiers of another British regiment. The leader of these all but forgotten victories was a former Indian captive and militiaman named James Smith. When confronted with Indian attacks, the settlers in the West Conococheague settlements had either fled their homes for the safety of forts back east or took matters into their own hands in order to survive. Among those settlers that stayed to defend their homes were William Smith and James Smith of the so-called Black Boys, a core group of about 50 men who styled themselves as Rangers. They not only stayed on the frontier, but they banded together to protect their homes and families by taking the fight to the enemy. They were not then considered lawless men or disloyal agitators, but they had ceased waiting for the pacifist provincial government of Pennsylvania or the red-coated battalions ensconced in their forts to come to their aid. These realities showed the impracticality of British plans for the growth of the colonies, and disillusionment continued to build with each Indian raid that the regulars failed to prevent. Recently, historians have focused on the negative social attributes that supported these early frontier rebellions, like that of the more notorious John Elder and his Paxton Boys, which were certainly based on pure racial hatred and intolerance of Native Americans. However, historian John W. Thompson notes, the 1765 Black Boys' Rebellion that started in March and lasted through November of 1765 had the backing of most of the local settlers and the colonial justices that represented the provincial government on the frontier. Although James Smith and his followers did pursue Indians who committed murders on the frontier, more than 100 whites had been killed, they did not murder innocent Indians like the Paxton Boys. Their actions were not the lawless actions of an unruly racist mob, as some have suggested. Rather, their actions reflected a strong desire to uphold laws designed to keep the settlers from being killed on the frontier. Believing strongly that the British were allowing unscrupulous traders to supply the Indians with weapons and ammunition, Smith's men set an ambush on Sidelong Hill on the Forbes Road and stopped the pack trains and burned the supplies belonging to one Robert Calendar, who had obtained a license from Bouquet through the influence of George Croghan, the Royal Indian agent. Croghan seems to have been less than innocent in this affair, even drawing the rebuke of Sir William Johnson for misrepresenting the nature and destination of the goods. 300 armed men under James Smith then marched to Fort Loudon, where the traders had fled, demanding that they be given up to the local justices of the peace for prosecution as violators of the Indian trade laws. Lieutenant Charles Grant of the 42nd Highland Regiment commanded Fort Loudon. Grant was an officious man, and he believed every distortion the traders told him concerning the confrontation over the goods. The permit the traders presented as a defense was from the commanding officer at Fort Pitt for the carrying of goods for the support of the troops. 3 local magistrates were present, Justices Rayonald, Allison, and William Smith. Justice Smith answered the permit by noting that no military officer's pass would do without a local magistrate's pass also. Grant acted arrogantly, dismissing the power of the civil authority. He did not accept nor read the magistrate's legitimate warrants. They reminded Grant that there was a civil government in Pennsylvania, not a military one, that the road over which the traders traveled was a provincial road, not a king's highway, and that the fort was a provincial fort built and paid for by themselves. They would not have either used against them. The ultimatum of the magistrates might have sounded ridiculous to the commander of British regulars, but the presence of 300 armed and grim-faced frontiersmen outside the fort caused Grant concern. However, it did not immediately convince him to turn over the men for trial. Restraint was not high of the list of frontier qualities, and the Black Boys thereafter opened fire upon the fort. Smith's Rangers kept it up for 2 days and nights, so closely marking their targets that no one was permitted to go in or out, or even show his head above the parapet. Firing was kept up on all parts of the fort, rifle and musket balls sending splinters of wood everywhere so that the sentries could not stand upright in the bastions. Amazingly, no one was hurt save James Smith, who took a slight wound from the return fire early in the siege, but Grant was forced ultimately to abandon the post. A few days later, some of the Valley men had their muskets and rifles confiscated by roaming British patrols. Some local men had a serious firefight with one of these patrols, which was forced to take refuge in a settler's cabin belonging to the widow Barr. Sergeant Leonard McGlashan of the 42nd was wounded, as was one of the locals, John Brown. McGlashan later related in a legal deposition that he was astounded at the time of the incident that these backwoodsmen actually meant to kill him. Grant had confiscated many weapons from the county people without cause or warrants, but he was ultimately forced to surrender the firearms to Justice William McDowell, who, though neutral, returned them to their owners as illegal seizures. The National Rifle Association, NRA, considers these incidents in May 1765 involving the citizens of the Conococheague Valley the first fight for the right to keep and bear arms in America. The Regulators clinging to their Bibles. Other rebellious groups that formed in 1764, such as North Carolina's Regulators, revolted against corrupt government officials who took advantage of the local farmers and their lack of knowledge of property law when they became debt-ridden due to famine and other unfortunate circumstances. The rebellion of the Regulators was no short outburst of colonial pique, and some historians list it as a cause of the Revolution. It lasted from 1764 to 1771, in which year it was brutally suppressed. Yet the so-called War of Regulation, intended to regulate and reform government abuse, was waged against local authorities, not the Crown, and evidence suggests that many of these authorities later became Loyalist leaders during the Revolution. The term regulator went back to 17th century England when local farmers attempted to put a stop to the extortion practices of local officials and particularly of the sheriffs of the courts under the fading protectorate of Oliver Cromwell. In 1764, the people from the western Piedmont counties of North Carolina were extremely dissatisfied with the governance of wealthy local officials, whom they considered cruel, arbitrary, and corrupt. The sheriffs of the courts had sole control over their local regions. Taxes were collected by these local sheriffs, many of whom were deemed to be greedy and acting for their own personal gain. The entire system, which depended on the integrity of local officials, was endorsed by the colonial royal governor, Arthur Dobbs, who feared losing their support. A small group of public officials and merchants, chief among them Dobbs' successor, William Tryon, and Edmund Fanning, a wealthy lawyer and town commissioner of Hillsborough, formed the Regulators' main antagonists. The core of the Regulator organization consisted of a number of radical Protestants, among them many Quakers, led by Herman, also known as Harmon, husband, a prosperous farmer originally from Maryland. Husband quickly became one of the main spokesmen for the farmers' movement, as well as its chief chronicler and ideologue. His powerful ideas about social justice and moral virtue were tremendously influential among these farmers, who repeatedly petitioned the governor and the assembly over their grievances, tried to set up meetings with local officials, and brought suits against the dishonest sheriffs. When such legal measures had little effect, they refused to pay their taxes, repossessed property seized for public sale to satisfy debts, disrupted court proceedings, and finally resorted to arms. Governor Arthur Dobbs was an associate of the Ohio Company that sought to speculate in land in the Alleghenies. In 1762, Dobbs purchased two 100,000-acre tracts in the counties that were to become the focus of regulator activity. Some of the early settlers contested Dobbs' right to the land based on their being first to clear and plant it. Instead of paying modest fees to the colonial government for claiming vacant land, farmers were being required to buy the farms they and their families had created from the speculation company. They resisted Dobbs' efforts to survey his claims and blocked his attempts to eject them from their farms. They so scared county officials that none dared come to their neighborhood to serve legal papers. Although Husband was a Quaker convert, the majority of these farmers were Scotch-Irish Presbyterians with about 20 families of German and Swiss pietists. Upon the death of Dobbs in 1765, Governor William Tryon had come to the province helped into office by Lord Hillsborough, an influential in-law who was a member of the Board of Trade and later Secretary for the Colonies. Tryon's out-of-hand dismissal of the farmers' grievances did much to escalate the conflict, and several demonstrations and mass meetings over the intervening years ended in counterproductive standoffs. In 1770, a large group of irate regulators disrupted the Superior Court in Hillsborough, beat up a number of lawyers, merchants, and officials, and destroyed the home of Edmund Fanning. The era obviously lacked even a modicum of decorum. The authorities retaliated forcefully. Husband had written to the proprietors of the colony, warning that the greed for profits of the Ohio Company and its minions among the local officials threatened the liberty of the people. Almost as soon as the assembly opened, Husband, who had been elected a legislator for the second time in 1769, was accused of libel. Expelled from the assembly so that he could no longer claim legislative immunity, he was jailed. In a remarkable parallel to the case described earlier of the English minister to Parliament, John Wilkes, Husband was held in New Bern to prevent him from returning to the region. Popular sympathy for his plight grew the longer he remained incarcerated without a trial. Early in 1771, in the dead of winter, several hundred armed regulators set out on a 200-mile march to rescue Husband, but they called off their march halfway through upon learning that the fearful authorities had set him free. The Assembly next passed a sweeping riot act that gave Tryon the authority and funds he needed to raise a military force and march against the regulators. On May 16, 1771, about 1,100 provincial troops confronted upward of 2,000 farmers on a field near Alamance Creek, about 20 miles west of Hillsborough. Seeking to bring about an understanding, Husband accompanied the regulators to the field, but seeing this was impossible, he mounted his horse and rode away. His Quaker principles prompted him to avoid participation in a fight. A pitched battle ensued for upwards of 2 hours thereafter, leaving 24 farmers dead, along with 9 colonial troops. More than 150 men on both sides were wounded. One regulator, James Few, was hanged on the spot without benefit of trial, and one, Robert Thompson, was supposedly shot within the provincial camp by Tryon in a fit of rage. 6 more farmers were hastily tried and hanged in Hillsborough. For the Scotsmen among the regulators, the executions brought to mind the brutal aftermath of the Battle of Culloden in 1746. The brutality worked. At least 6,000 regulators and sympathizers were forced to take an oath of allegiance as the victorious troops undertook a punitive march through the back-country settlements. Some of the most dedicated regulator leaders, including Husband, fled the province. Other individual farmers remained defiant right up to the Revolution. Government of the people. Being without any regular government on the frontier, the people of Watauga, in what is now Tennessee, exercised the divine right of governing themselves. Unfortunately, the written declaration of these frontiersmen has been lost to history. The Watauga Association was a semi-autonomous government created in 1772 by frontier settlers living along the Watauga River. They were closely associated with the so-called over-the-mountain men, American frontiersmen from west of the Appalachians, and the regulators, many of whom sought refuge with them after Alamance. While there is no evidence that the Watauga Association ever claimed to be outside the sovereign territory of the British Crown, historians have often cited the association as the earliest attempt by American-born colonists to form an independent democratic government. In 1774, Virginia Governor Lord Dunmore called the Watauga Association a dangerous example of Americans forming a government independent of Crown authority. Wataugan militiamen were present at many engagements on the frontier throughout the American Revolution. In 1782, Husband released a pamphlet entitled Proposals to Amend and Perfect the Policy of the Government of the United States of America, in which he argued in favor of smaller legislative districts and individual legislatures for each county in order to maximize the influence of the local voters. His outspoken nature and reputation for radicalism also drew him into the poorly conceived Whiskey Rebellion, 1794, where he was arrested and confined in Philadelphia for 8 months under stressful conditions for an elderly man. With the charges dropped in June 1795, the 71-year-old Husband was released but died on his journey home. The Stamp Act Crisis. The French and Indian War created a vast debt estimated by the British Exchequer at an unprecedented £150 million. An additional annual appropriation of almost £2 million was needed for the imperial peace establishment, an army and navy to secure an empire that stretched from Hudson's Bay in Canada to the Bay of Bengal in India, half a globe away. Only £350,000 of this annual expense, approximately 18%, was determined to be due to the administration of the American colonies, including the British islands of the West Indies. Prime Minister George Grenville decided to extract at least some of the money, estimated at about £60,000 in 1765, from the colonies in the form of a stamp tax on all legal and business papers, newspapers, printed forms, playing cards, wallpaper, and licenses. Contrary to the hopes of Parliament, The whole of Anglo-America seemed to unite in opposition to the Stamp Act. In May 1765, 7 anti-stamp tax resolutions were proposed in the Virginia House of Burgesses. The Virginia resolutions claimed that only the colonial legislatures had the right to tax Americans. The first reaction in the colonies to the unprecedented Virginia resolves was one of shock, yet many Americans found themselves in accord with their primary thrust. Soon, even the common people began to denounce taxation without representation, and they spoke openly of supporting the rights of Englishmen, of defending American liberties, and of government by the consent of the governed. The argument over specific regulations and stamp taxes had quickly evolved into an all-out battle concerning constitutional principles. The Stamp Act protest was the most successful tactic employed by Americans before the outbreak of armed resistance in 1775. It united all the colonies from Maine to Georgia, was successful everywhere that it was employed, and experienced very little domestic opposition. It was during this crisis that the Continental Association was formed in order to police the non-importation and non-consumption tactics of the colonials. This organization, coupled with the ubiquitous Sons of Liberty, formed the foundation of the Continental Army. As relations deteriorated between America and Britain, the Crown repeatedly responded with the worst possible moves. These political counterstrokes caused the level of protest to rise above tavern mutterings to become street demonstrations and violent attacks. In March 1766, after being warned of a possible armed revolt, Parliament repealed the Stamp Act. This was greeted with great rejoicing in the colonies. Both spontaneous and deliberate celebrations were initiated, and nighttime illuminations and bonfires were held in many cities. By the winter of 1767, colonials everywhere were searching for new methods to oppose and confound Parliament. Taxation without representation now became a test of political wills. Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson went so far as to suggest the abridgment of the rights of Englishmen for all colonials who continued to dispute the power of Parliament to legislate for the colonies. Some in Parliament declared that it had the right to legislate for the colonies on any topic whatsoever, a frightening statement from a government that sought to control the words and prayers that people used to worship their God and save their souls. It was becoming obvious that the Anglo-Americans would either completely throw off Parliament's right to tax them or submit to the total sovereignty of the Crown. The middle ground of continued compromise was quickly disappearing. In February 1768, the radical faction in the Massachusetts General Court sent a message to the assemblies of the other colonies that urged a united resistance to the Townshend duties. This message was called the Circular Letter. It was designed to throw up an impregnable defense against taxation by Parliament in every colony and to make certain that colonial liberties were not undermined in the guise of imposing mere trade duties. The Virginia House of Burgesses followed with a circular letter of its own in March. Most Americans saw no fault with the circular letters as simple attempts to redress grievances with the Parliament. But by June, the Sons of Liberty in Boston, at the instigation of Sam Adams, James Otis, and John Hancock, had mobbed royal officials and rioted in the streets. Many conservative colonials viewed the riots and the harassment of royal officials as intemperate, disrespectful, and disloyal, and the circular letters were widely blamed for inciting the violence. British officials in London were keenly aware of the renewed colonial unrest brought on by the Townshend legislation, and many members of Parliament considered the circular letters little better than an incentive to rebellion. Lord Hillsborough, who had become colonial secretary at Townshend's death, decided to take a firmer stand with the colonies by ordering the governor of Massachusetts to dissolve the General Court. He also dispatched 4 regiments of British regulars to Boston. These troops were the first regulars specifically deployed to suppress the residents of America. Their presence was intended to intimidate the colonists into submission and end dissent. They accomplished neither of these desired effects. Blood, Burn, and Bohea in Boston. The unremitting upheaval in Boston spread to the other colonies. In March 1769, the merchants of Philadelphia joined the boycott of British goods, and in May, the Virginia House of Burgesses was dissolved by the royal governor for its continued opposition to taxation without representation. The Burgesses met the next day at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg and agreed to a boycott of British goods, luxury items, and even slaves. In New York in January 1770, the Sons of Liberty clashed with 40 British soldiers over the public posting of anti-government broadsheets. Several men on both sides were seriously injured. Parliament retaliated by ordering that all Americans accused of agitating on the topic of taxation be sent to England for trial. Throughout the winter of 1769 to 1770, daily life in Boston was marked by numerous clashes between soldiers and civilians in the streets. Both sides waited for the one incident that would spill over into irreconcilable violence. In February 1770, Ebenezer Richardson, a customs official and friend of Governor Hutchinson of Massachusetts, killed an unfortunate young Bostonian during a protest. This was an 11-year-old lad named Christopher Sider, also known as Snyder and Snyder, and many thought the killing the spark that might ignite the ultimate crisis. In March, less than 2 weeks after the Sider killing, a group of radicals headed by a free African-American named Crispus Attucks confronted a squad of soldiers near the Customs House in Boston. Many in the crowd were carrying clubs. The British soldiers, frightened by the threats and taunts of the mob, opened fire on the crowd at point-blank range. 3 Americans, rope maker Samuel Gray, mariner James Caldwell, and Attucks, died instantly. Samuel Maverick, an apprentice of 17, was struck by a ricocheting musket ball and died the next day. An Irish immigrant, Patrick Carr, died 2 weeks later. The colonials spread the rumor that a group of small boys casting snowballs had brought on the resulting clash. The victims were buried with great ceremony at the same gravesite as young Christopher Sider. Paul Revere made a particularly effective, if inaccurate, engraving of the Boston Massacre that served to inflame many throughout the colonies. In 1772, a short-lived and uneasy quiet was suddenly changed into overt violence with the Patriot attack on the Royal Navy cutter Gaspé, Lieutenant William Duddington commanding. 8 longboats from Rhode Island under the direction of Abraham Whipple and John Brown were launched, each filled with vengeful colonials armed with staves, stones, and a few firearms. In the dead of night, the colonials overwhelmed the crew of the lightly armed Gaspé and burned the vessel to the waterline. Duddingston, who was wounded during the encounter, was then arrested on a specious charge and fined by the local sheriff. The burning of Gaspé serves to highlight the deteriorated state of central control and the ambiguous nature of authority that came to characterize colonial government in this period. On the night of December 16, 1773, several thousand people massed in the chilly streets of Boston to listen to a speech given by political radical and longtime colonial rabble-rouser Samuel "Sam" Adams. With white plumes of frosted breath rising from the audience that strained to hear his words through the open windows of the Old South Meeting House, Sam Adams targeted the shipment of mostly Bohea tea belonging to the East India Company, sitting on 3 ships tied up at Griffin's Wharf. His speech was filled with bold utterances of colonial consensus and dire warnings of an impending loss of liberty. "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country," he finally pronounced, with all the gravity he could summon. With this statement, a group of men, loosely disguised as Mohawk Indians beforehand, and joined by their confederates from the Sons of Liberty and the Patriot Party carrying torches, made their way through the crowd to Griffin's Wharf, followed by a nearly silent throng of eager onlookers. The supposed Indians boarded the 3 tea-laden ships in the harbor and smashed 342 chests of tea worth approximately £18,000 sterling and tossed them into the water. The incident at Griffin's Wharf has come to be known as the Boston Tea Party, one of the most iconic events in the history of the United States. When revolutionary hostilities finally began on April 19, 1775, the proximate cause of the fighting was an encounter over the confiscation of colonial gunpowder and weapons, not tea or taxes. Sam Adams wrote, "There are some persons who would, if possibly they could, persuade the people never to make use of their constitutional rights or terrify them from doing it. No wonder that a resolution of this town to keep arms for its own defense should be represented as having at bottom a secret intention to oppose the landing of the king's troops. Yet the right to keep arms is rarely, if ever, posited as the primary cause of the revolution. It appears nowhere in the Declaration of Independence, largely because it was taken for granted as a right shared by all Englishmen from the time of Magna Carta, 1215, and specifically noted in the English Bill of Rights, 1689. In 1957, the American Bar Association acknowledged the debt the American Revolution and the Constitution had to Magna Carta and English common law by erecting a monument at Runnymede where it was signed. The powder alarm. The false gunpowder alarm of September 1774 in Massachusetts is often considered to be the end of effective British governance in the colonies outside the largest cities. Up to 10,000 armed colonials may have responded to the false alarm that the British were stealing their powder in a propaganda spectacle of American resolve and the efficiency of its alarm rider system. These included as alarm riders a score of people like Paul Revere, William Dawes, Dr. Samuel Prescott, and 16-year-old Sybil Ludington. In May 1774, Major General Thomas Gage had undertaken the administration of Boston as military governor with a dedication to be firm, but he initially tied his policies to the precepts of calm restraint and impartiality. Although he exhibited considerable personal qualities in so doing, Gage proved inadequately prepared for the task before him. His lack of immediate military action against the mobs was seen as vacillation, and he was continually assaulted by editorials in the Whig press. Even London sensed that he would be ineffective and began searching for a replacement. The Americans continually circumvented Gage's best efforts at both conciliation and enforcement. Unfortunately, the colonists were mistaking British restraint for undisputable license, and they came to believe that they could harass the troops with impunity. In 1774, the colony may have been ungovernable in a practical sense. Gage commanded 3 battalions of infantry, a company of Marines, and 5 companies of artillery. He found that most of his possible strategic objectives lay in the countryside. To effect a simple reconnaissance by any means other than the Boston-Charlestown neck, he required a large number of boats. Vice Admiral Samuel Graves' fleet already suffered from a shortage of ships' boats to do all the ordinary work demanded of a fleet in harbor, including the mounting of nightly patrols to prevent sabotage and desertion. In enforcing the Boston Port Act, Gage allowed himself considerable latitude. His vigorous enforcement of these regulations added to his problems with the residents. He completely cut off the city from any goods that might be loaded or unloaded at the wharfs, and the local ferries to the mainland were closed each night. British troops patrolled the streets at all hours, and only by the greatest of good fortune was a repeat of some violence like the Boston Massacre avoided. Disease and desertions carried away more than 100 of his garrison. In September 1774, Gage sent a force by way of Boston Neck to secure the king's munitions on the mainland in Charlestown and Cambridge. This mission was accomplished before the colonials could respond. However, a rumor was broadcast that 6 Americans had been killed during the removal of the munitions and that the fleet had opened a bombardment of Boston. Neither of these reports was true. Word of the supposed violence quickly spread all over Massachusetts and to Israel Putnam in nearby Connecticut. In charge of the regional militia, Putnam left his plowing like the legendary Cincinnatus of Rome, placed half the colony under arms, and began to march to the aid of Boston. Word spread all the way across Connecticut before it was found to be a false alarm, and a contemporary observer in Litchfield, on the western border of the colony, reported, "All along were armed men rushing forward, some on foot, some on horseback. At every house, women and children making cartridges, running, molding, bullets, making wallets, linen travel bags, baking biscuits, crying and bemoaning, and at the same time animating their husbands and sons to fight for their liberties, though not knowing whether they would ever see them again." By the next day, more than 4,000 armed colonials assembled in Cambridge, where they seized all the remaining cannon. 2 days later, an amazing 6,000 massed in Worcester. One of Gage's officers estimated that the colonials would muster as many as 30,000 armed men if given the time. With fewer than 3,000 regulars, Gage had no hope of opposing such a number, and he shut himself up in Boston. Meanwhile, the Patriots used their presence in Cambridge to force the resignation of several royal office holders who were in haste to resign their seats, as neither Graves with his fleet nor Gage with his army could ensure them protection from the fury of their injured countrymen. One man, a hated customs agent named Benjamin Hallowell, who had ridden his horse to exhaustion in flight, was fired upon by his pursuers as he ran through the picket guard to enter Boston afoot. The militia also chased into the British lines the elderly keeper of the king's storehouse, General William Brattle. Brattle had scrupulously delivered to the selectmen of all the towns those stocks of public powder entrusted to his keeping, but he had maintained those of the crown with equal honesty and care. Brattle's case illustrates the plight of those who sought moderation in this crisis. The false alarm had all the markings of a skilled propagandist like Samuel Adams, a perennial favorite for historians seeking out colonial schemers, but Adams was in Philadelphia at the time. No other notable person has been definitely identified with initiating the rumors. Dire reports concerning the seizure reached Philadelphia several days after the event. John Adams heard of it there, and he was not informed of the true circumstances for 2 days more. The militia leaders in Massachusetts may have allowed the false alarm to proceed, once given, as an inspired opportunity to demonstrate American military strength and resolve. Dr. Joseph Warren noted, "Had the British troops marched only 5 miles out of Boston, I doubt whether a man would have been saved of their whole number." Another contemporary observer wrote, "It was estimated to me that on this occasion there were 20,000 men in arms in Connecticut marching or equipped for marching towards Boston, and that 40,000 in Massachusetts province and New Hampshire also took arms." Minutemen. The powder alarm had far-reaching effects that pointed to a stiffening of American attitudes and a willingness to provide a military response if pressed by the regulars. Shocked by Gage's move to seize their weapon and munitions, and a similar operation by Governor Dunmore in Williamsburg, Virginia, the Provincial Council in Concord immediately set up a system of alarm riders to raise the Minutemen units of the local militias. The Minutemen were elite members of the local militia companies who were designated for a period of time to respond to an alarm at a minute's notice. This designation revolved through the members of the local company, with about 1/4 of their number pledged to have their guns, ammunition, and a few days' rations close at hand. Some historians have allowed a martial mythology to surround the Minutemen. John R. Galvin, himself a warrior in World War II, has noted of the so-called Minutemen, "We depicted them as a small but courageous band of farmers who responded to a spontaneous call to arms, an untrained and poorly armed rabble." The truth, of course, was very different. There were actually 14,000 colonials under arms in the militia and Minuteman regiments. They were alerted by organized alarm riders via a system that dated back to the 17th century wars. They had trained intensively for a year and were armed with the same type weapons as the British. There are few calls to patriotic spirit in America today that do not evoke these militiamen as symbols of preparedness, especially with regard to keeping one's musket close at hand, well organized, well trained, and mentally ready to fight. Yet the Minutemen were not the exception among the citizen militia, but rather a sampling of a greater organization. On the 1776 alarm lists, 473 militia companies are represented and 217 are identified as Minutemen units. Almost 50 other units are noted as mixtures of minute and common militias, possibly reflecting the ongoing change in status from an ad hoc defense force to a better regulated Continental Army. Among the first moves of the Patriots after the powder alarm was to secure the gunpowder, cannon, and muskets legally belonging to the colonial assemblies, particularly in New Hampshire, New York, and Virginia. The seizure of arms and powder at Fort William and Mary in Portsmouth Harbor in December 1774 was the first capture made by the Americans in the War of the Revolution. Similarly, a group of Liberty boys under Marinus Willett and Isaac Sears broke into the magazine in New York and made off with powder and 600 muskets in January 1775. Finally, the so-called gunpowder incident involving Governor Lord Dunmore, John Murray, of Virginia and the militia led by Patrick Henry took place on April 20, 1775, one day after the battles of Lexington and Concord, but well before news of the opening of hostilities reached Virginia. Dunmore ordered the nighttime removal of colonial gunpowder from the magazine in Williamsburg to a ship in the harbor, causing a great deal of unrest among the militia. The confrontation was resolved when Dunmore paid Henry £300 for the colonial powder and retreated to a naval vessel for his own safety. A shot heard round the world. Lexington. On the morning of April 19, 1775, the Revolutionary War began. At about 10 o'clock the previous night, the regulars had left their barracks in Boston and marched to the boats waiting at the water's edge. After a relatively short row across Back Bay, a landing was made at Lechmere Point in East Cambridge, where a good road wound inland through Lexington. The officers chosen to command the British expedition were Colonel Francis Smith, the regimental commander of the 10th Foot, and Major John Pitcairn, the officer of Royal Marines, who would command the leading element of the advance. The Royal Marines had received specific training in making amphibious landings under much harsher conditions than those posed by the Massachusetts mainland. However, the entire operation of loading the boats and crossing the bay took much more time than expected. The water's edge near Lechmere Point proved so shallow due to the receding tide that the overloaded boats grounded some distance from dry land. The troops had to wade ashore through the tidal mudflats, getting wet to the knees. They then had to stand about in the cold until 2 in the morning, in muddy shoes and wet canvas gaiters, while the rest of the contingent disembarked. Although the march was meant to be noiseless, there was no possibility of masking the movement of 700 fully armed and uniformed men along the roads of a rural countryside. An advanced group of the 5th Foot was seen passing through Menotomy within a half-hour of their landing. The regulars could hear alarm guns in the distance as they marched inland, knowing that every militia company for 50 miles had been alerted. Captain John Parker of Lexington had assembled his colonial militia company by midnight, but most of the men had retired to Buckman's Tavern at the end of the green for warmth and a few drinks well before dawn. Nonetheless, when Pitcairn's men appeared through the early morning mists, the Patriots, about 70 men in all, were lined up 2 deep across the road. The leading elements of the British column, 2 companies, quietly deployed into a double line, and Pitcairn ordered the militia to lay down their arms and disperse. Parker had ordered his men to hold their fire regardless of provocation, hoping that intransigence alone would win the day. However, as more regulars filled the green, it became clear that the Americans were heavily outnumbered. Finding discretion a wiser course than obstinacy, Parker ordered his men to disperse. As the colonials slowly backed away, however, Pitcairn demanded that they leave behind their arms. The militia were unwilling to do this, but before Pitcairn's demand could become an issue, a shot rang out from somewhere on the edge of the green. Known as the shot heard round the world, this is considered by most historians to have been the first fire of the American Revolution. The identity of the person who fired the shot remains unknown, and it is equally uncertain which side fired it. The British regulars had almost instantaneously let go with a volley of musketry. Although British apologists deny it, it is incomprehensible that the regulars would have fired without an order to do so being given. Pitcairn apparently made some attempt to stay the fire, but a second volley rang out from a separate company. Some of the militia returned a sporadic fusillade, but most immediately fled, leaving 8 Americans dead or dying on Lexington Green. Concord Bridge. Word of the fighting at Lexington spread rapidly throughout the region. Since it was known that the British objective was Concord, the militia responded to the general area of that town. Even distant militia companies that had begun their march at dawn were arriving by midday. As the leading elements of the British column reached the Concord town green, thousands of militiamen were also converging there. The British commander sent his light infantry toward Concord Bridge, which crossed a brook a small distance beyond the town center, so that they might search some houses in the vicinity for arms. At the bridge, the detachment encountered hundreds of patriots occupying the high ground surrounding the brook, presently occupied by a National Park Service visitors center. The British formed a column of ranks on the bridge as the Americans opened fire. The first rank of regulars fired and then peeled off to the right and left to free the next rank to fire. The tactic, known as street fighting, was very effective in directing a continuous volume of fire from the narrow confines of the bridge. As the ranks of regulars fired, they fell to the rear, fighting a slow retreat to the center of the town. The Patriots did not follow immediately. 2 British soldiers were killed on the bridge. These were the first casualties suffered by the British that day, but they would not be the last. The retreat to Boston. Throughout the remainder of the day and into the early evening, the British column marched back toward Boston. With almost every step, they were peppered with musket and rifle shot from the patriots who scurried along the line of march in leapfrog fashion to fire at the redcoats. The British commanders attempted countermeasures by detaching flanking parties, but these were generally ineffective due to the broken nature of the ground. By the time Pitcairn and Smith reached the vicinity of Boston and the support of a relief column, they had suffered enormous casualties, approximate 1/3 of the force. After experiencing the humiliation of having his troops hounded back to Boston under galling fire, General Gage utterly failed to attempt to drive the Patriots from the heights surrounding the city. Instead, he chose to sit behind his fortifications under the protective guns of the Royal Navy. Consequently, as the Americans massed outside the city, it became obvious that these heights should be fortified. The 13,000-plus Patriots were more active in this regard than the regulars, and almost overnight they built substantial earthworks on both Bunker Hill and Breed's Hill. The more extensive works were completed on the latter, and it was against Breed's Hill that the British opened the next phase of the Revolution. Breed's Hill. The average soldier involved in the Battle of Breed's, or Bunker Hill, used a smoothbore musket, which was wildly inaccurate at anything beyond 100 yards. Nonetheless, within that range, a deliberate shooter had a good chance of hitting a man-sized target. The tactical error committed by the British commanders on the day of the battle was to attempt to carry the fortified positions of the Americans by repeated frontal assaults that brought the regulars within lethal range. Hence, the caution given by Colonel John Stark to his regiment to hold their fire until you see the whites of their eyes was more than mere bravado. It was a tactical imperative. The British regulars, marching uphill, quickly met with added resistance from the terrain itself. Stumbling in the tall grass and over low stone walls, bumping into wooden fences, sweating under their heavy packs, the British regulars pushed up the hill closer to the American lines. When only 50 yards away, they met a blaze of musket fire that mowed them down. A British officer who advanced with the troops noted, an incessant stream of fire poured from the rebel lines. It seemed a continued sheet of fire for nearly 30 minutes. owing largely to the expert marksmanship of the militia during this first pitched battle of the Revolution. The loss to the British in terms of men and officers was almost incomprehensible, and throughout the entire war, the battle remained one of the worst bloodlettings in a single day of fighting. Of a British force of 2,400 men engaged, 226 were killed and 828 wounded, 44%, as compared to 140 killed and 271 wounded among the more numerous Americans. The militia lost the battle because they ran out of gunpowder. The absolute number of patriots actively involved in the fighting is open to speculation, but their casualties were far fewer than those of the British. A 15-year-old American in the militia who observed the battle wrote that the road leading down from Breed's Hill was filled with chairs and wagons bearing the wounded and the dead, and groups of men were employed in assisting others, not badly injured, to walk. Never having beheld such a sight before, I felt very much frightened and would have given the world if I had not enlisted as a soldier. News of a British victory in which more than 1,100 regulars were killed or wounded led one London politician to note, "If we have 8 more such victories, there will be not a soldier left alive to bring back the report." Ironically, there were many British officers who felt after the battle that taking the field to destroy the Patriots was futile because their army would melt away of its own accord if not faced by an immediate danger to keep it together. General William Howe wrote to Lord George Germain that it might be a better policy to withdraw the troops entirely and leave the colonists to war with each other for sovereignty, as this was the certain consequence of the colonial determination to separate from Britain. First fire in the South. Word of the fighting at Lexington and Concord led to a series of encounters in Virginia and North Carolina between the regional militias and their respective colonial governors, Lord Dunmore and Governor Martin. The number of men involved in Virginia at Great Bridge, December 1775, was much smaller than those engaged about Boston, and the American troops were not as well organized. The numbers engaged in North Carolina at Moore's Creek Bridge, February 1776, were larger. More than 2,500 men, mostly provincials, were distributed fairly equally on each side. Both of these southern battles were undisputed victories for the Patriots, but they have failed to find the same significance in history textbooks as those fought in New England. In addition, Patriot militia made a significant defense of the port of Charleston, South Carolina, from a combined Crown force of naval vessels and assault troops, June 1776. At Great Bridge in Virginia, a militia company numbering about 60 was prepared for the British advance behind earthworks. They carefully withheld fire until the grenadiers, advancing with bayonets fixed, were within 50 yards, and then unleashed a volley of fire on them. British Captain Charles Fordyce, leading the column, went down just steps from the earthworks, along with many of his men. The British advance dissolved as the musket fire continued. About half of Fordyce's force was killed and many were injured. Following a truce to permit the British to remove their dead and wounded, the royal forces retreated by night to Norfolk. Fordyce was buried by the Americans near the site of the battle. Casualty estimates ranged from the official British report of 62 killed or wounded to a Patriot report that the British losses totaled 102 casualties. Josiah Martin, the royal governor of North Carolina, ordered the Loyalist militia under Donald MacDonald, Donald MacLeod, and John Campbell to muster in anticipation of the arrival of Patriot militia units at Wilmington. The Loyalists, about 750 men, were forced to confront the rebels at Moores Creek Bridge, about 18 miles north of the city. In a brief early morning engagement, a charge across the bridge by sword-wielding Loyalist Scots was met by a barrage of Patriot musket fire. One Loyalist leader, MacLeod, was killed, another captured, MacDonald, and the whole Loyalist force was scattered. MacLeod's body was ravaged by upwards of 20 musket balls and swan shot. The surviving elements of Campbell's company retired back over the bridge, pulling up the planking behind them. Many Loyalists were arrested, and North Carolina was not militarily threatened again until 1780. The American militia force was part of the command of Colonel James Moore, a Continental officer who arrived at the end of the battle, and militia captains Alexander Lillington and Richard Caswell, who were on site. The Patriot leaders reported 1 man killed and 1 wounded. Early in the summer of 1776, a British fleet appeared off Charleston Harbor and opened fire on the Patriot fortifications on Sullivan's Island, commanded by General William Moultrie. The British, under Sir Henry Clinton, attempted a reduction of the fort by bombardment from the sea and a land attack from the rear. However, the palmetto logs that formed the fort were so soft that the cannonballs sank into them without splitting the wood, and the fire of the Southern militia, particularly the riflemen, proved too severe for the regulars. The British fleet was badly scattered by the cannon fire from the Patriot fort, and Clinton withdrew his troops and sailed for New York. The Battle for the Bronx. Colonel John Glover of Massachusetts is one of the almost overlooked heroes of the Revolution. In command of a regiment of seafaring men from Marblehead, Glover played a pivotal role in 2 brilliant amphibious operations and an action in the Pelham Bay area of the Bronx that was critical to saving Washington's army from encirclement on the island of Manhattan in 1776. Glover's sound grasp of tactics, his coolness under fire, and his keen insight into the psychology of the American fighting man made him a candidate for a larger command. When Washington found his army with the East River at its back on the evening after the Battle of Brooklyn Heights in New York, he almost despaired of continuing the war. However, Glover's Marblehead men, familiar with boats and the movement of cargo, were able to ferry the entire Patriot force on Long Island across the river in a single night without alerting the British as to their movement. He repeated this feat in December 1776, ferrying the entire attacking force across the ice-filled Delaware River at Trenton to surprise the Hessians stationed there. With the Patriots temporarily secure on Harlem Heights in October 1776, American General William Alexander, Lord Stirling, was sent by way of the King's Bridge with a brigade to secure a new position for the Patriots on the heights at White Plains. Meanwhile, British General William Howe was seen to embark a sizable force on Royal Navy transports to make a wide sweep of the American position by way of the Hell's Gate in the East River into Long Island Sound. By this flanking maneuver, Howe hoped to land his troops behind Washington's left and cut off his line of retreat. Fortunately, General William Heath had posted small detachments of Americans along the Bronx coastline in anticipation of just such a move. Washington wrote, "I have reason to believe that the greatest part of their army has moved upwards, east, or is about to do it, pursuing their original plan of getting in our rear and cutting off our communications with the country, mainland." Glover was sent to Frog's Neck in the Bronx with a brigade of 4 understrength militia regiments newly formed into Continental units and Colonel Edward Hand was given 25 Pennsylvania riflemen to head off Howe's Landing. Here, Howe found his advance hampered by a few score well-placed riflemen who found the ground strong and defensible. Throg's Neck proved a poor choice for a landing. Only after the redcoats had formed their lines of march ashore did they find out that the neck was actually separated from the mainland by a wide salt marsh. A single wooden bridge and a tidal ford were the only routes off the neck. Colonel Hand posted about 24 American riflemen to dispute these crossings. The bridge planking was removed as soon as the frigates and barges filled with troops were seen. Howe found the advance of several thousand troops hampered by a score of Pennsylvanians well placed behind temporary barricades and in a local mill building. Due to their lack of knowledge concerning the natural topography of Throg's Neck, the British had made a major tactical blunder. An American observer noted, had they pushed their imaginations to discover a worse place to land, they could not have succeeded better. Yet, the British operation and the threat that it posed moved Washington to immediately put plans into operation to remove the entire rebel army to White Plains. Re-embarking 3,000 of his men under Sir Henry Clinton and Charles Lord Cornwallis, Howe had them make a landing at Pell's Point, 3 miles farther north, near the mouth of the Hutchinson River. Here, the landing force composed of 4 regiments of Hessians, the light and grenadier companies of the 4th and 16th Foot, and elements of the 16th Light Dragoons serving afoot, were met by Glover's 750 men on the day of Washington's retreat to White Plains, October 18. Fortunately, Glover spotted the amphibious force entering the tidal marshes at the mouth of the river, actually a marsh-filled shallow creek, from a hilltop near the 18th-century village of Eastchester in the Bronx. He reported, "I saw a number of ships in the Sound under way, and in a very short time saw the boats, upwards of 200 sail, all manned and formed in 4 grand divisions. To amass such a great number of small craft, Howe must have stripped much of the fleet of its boats and launches." Initially taken by surprise, Glover had not gone half the distance to the shore when his own advanced party encountered the British advanced guard moving inland. While the 2 spearheads exchanged skirmish fire, Glover deployed his men on ground that was full of stone fences, both along the road and across the adjacent fields. Glover held his own regiment of Marbleheaders and 3 small artillery pieces on a hillside across the creek from the invaders. Fortunately for the Americans, a British frigate that was dispatched to provide covering fire for the attacking troops ran aground on the extensive mudflats out of range and bearing of Glover's positions. By placing his men behind the many stone walls and instructing each successive unit to hold the enemy in check as long as possible before falling back to a similar position in their rear, Glover showed an instinctive understanding of the American fighting man. Since the 1st Regiment was on the left side of the road, it was expected these troops would be able to retire unmolested, because the next unit in reserve was on the right, and thus would distract the attention of the enemy away from the direction of the retreat. These tactics worked as expected. With 3 artillery pieces on the high ground, and his men firing by platoons from behind double stone walls, Glover reported, "The enemy halted and played their artillery at us, and we at them, till night." The American withdrawal was made with the greatest reluctance and with as much good order and regularity as ever they marched off a public parade. With almost 4,000 men engaged, the battle at Pelham Bay, Eastchester, ranks with such better-known engagements as Trenton, Bennington, Stony Point, Kings Mountain, or the Cowpens. The total of British and Hessian casualties may have reached 1,000 men, mostly Germans. Glover's men killed more members of the Crown forces at Eastchester than the acknowledged dead at the battles of Long Island, Harlem Heights, White Plains, and Princeton. In comparison, Glover lost 6 killed and 13 wounded, and he gave Washington time to form a line of temporary redoubts behind the Bronx River to shield the retreating Americans from further attack. The battle for the Bronx was a crucial engagement fraught with strategic significance and a prominent example of American tactical thinking. It was inconceivable to most Britons that a group of colonial farmers, laborers, and mechanics, commanded by pettifogging attorneys, bankrupt shopkeepers, and outlawed smugglers, could defeat the greatest military force in the world at the time. Yet James Murray, an old friend and supporter of the former Prime Minister, the Marquis of Rockingham, noted, "The notion of the provincials not fighting is very erroneous, and they have pretty good planners among them." Indeed, Gage may have been correct when he noted that the Patriots were not the despicable rabble too many have supposed them to be. Martial mythology. The initial encounters between patriots and regulars cemented several false impressions in the minds of both that affected the prosecution of the war thereafter. The first was that militia would turn out in the tens of thousands to defeat regulars who attempted incursions into the interior. Certainly this was true of the battles at Lexington and Concord, but the actual number organized to fight the British in Boston is hard to determine. The best estimate of the average size of the army under Washington is less than 10,000, and he certainly never commanded more than 25,000. Nonetheless, the British Army in America at the time was certainly not equipped to deal with an uprising of this size without considerable reinforcement. No small group of Crown soldiers or train of provisions was safe outside the British lines. A Scottish officer wrote, "As the rascals are skulking about the whole country, it is impossible to move with any degree of safety without a pretty large escort, and even then you are exposed to a dirty kind of tiraillerie, a French term for skirmishing." A British surgeon at Boston in 1775 wrote of the patriot militia assembled there, "This army is truly nothing but a drunken, canting, lying, praying, hypocritical rabble, without order, subjection, discipline, or cleanliness, and must fall to pieces of itself in the course of 3 months." An optimistic French spy reported, however, that the militia was stronger than others thought. "It surpasses one's imagination. Nothing frightens them." The young men from the back country were proud of their Indian-like dress and even wore leggings and breech-clouts to church. The weaknesses of the militia were obvious when it was used as a regional defense, however. John Adams wrote disparagingly of the militia raised to defend against Governor Tryon's raid on Connecticut in 1777. "The stupid, sordid, cowardly, terrified country people let them, the British, pass without opposition." The second impression was that Americans would stand before trained troops only if they remained within their fortifications and the regulars attempted repeated frontal assaults. The reality was that it was virtually impossible for ill-disciplined and poorly supplied part-time soldiers to defeat a professional army in the open field. The militia was barely capable of maintaining a decent line of fire, and found it impossible to make complicated maneuvers like obliques and flanking movements. That British generals chose to make repeated frontal assaults on Patriot positions is an indication of the low regard in which they held Americans as military opponents. In this regard, General Israel Putnam is reputed to have said, Americans are not at all afraid for their heads, though very much afraid for their legs. If you cover these, they will fight forever. General Charles Lee also noted that the Patriots were accustomed from their infancy to firearms, and experts in the use of them. After the Battle of Breed's Hill, General Gage was forced to admit that whenever the Patriots could find cover, they made a good stand. The third impression left by the early encounters between the militia and the regulars was that the colonials would not stand before a determined bayonet charge. This impression was first created at Breed's Hill, where the militia broke before the third advance of the regulars. The idea was reinforced in the summer of 1776 at the Battle of Long Island, when the Americans fled from their forward positions and stopped their retreat only when they reached the safety of their entrenchments. A British officer noted, "Thus repulsed on every quarter, they appear to have been easy prey. It requires better troops than even the Virginia riflemen, when they know their retreat is cut off." The Americans broke again before the bayonets at Kip's Bay, where those who were to have defended the position were happy to escape as quick as possible through the neighboring ravines. It should be remembered, however, that few Americans had bayonets, and it was difficult to withstand a charge at close quarters with nothing other than a clubbed musket or a tomahawk. The only logical recourse, should gunfire fail to stem the advance of the enemy, was to retreat. Washington was sensible to the fact that his men needed bayonets, and that they needed to be trained in their use. By 1779, when Americans had bayonets, Patriot regulars were able to successfully attack the British position at Stony Point, New York, with bayonets only, in a display of American discipline, training, and esprit de corps. In 1776, more than 4,000 hated Hessians landed in Quebec under the command of Lieutenant General Baron von Riedesel. The Hessians were widely feared and hated by the Americans, who generally accepted all the propaganda that was spread about them. The stories surrounding the Hessians included the burning of homes and the killing of prisoners, women, and children. A favored image spread by the Patriot propagandists was that of babies spitted on the tips of Hessian bayonets. Many of these Germans accompanied General Burgoyne during the Saratoga campaign of 1777, making up almost half of his troops. A detachment of several hundred Germans was victorious against the Patriot militia at Hubbardton in Vermont. However, a body of Hessians under Lieutenant Colonel Friedrich Baum and Heinrich Bremann was severely whipped at the Battle of Bennington by Militia General John Stark and Lieutenant Colonel Seth Warner. 200 Hessian dead, including Baum, were buried on the battlefield, and 700 became prisoners. Cornwallis, like Burgoyne, was plagued by a number of embarrassing defeats overseen by otherwise trustworthy and capable subordinates. Prominent among these were the destruction of a Loyalist force under Major Patrick Ferguson at Kings Mountain, South Carolina, by American riflemen, and the virtual annihilation of 1,100 regulars and most of Banastre Tarleton's legion at Cowpens by Daniel Morgan's fixed force of Continental Infantry, dragoons, and regional militia. At the Battle of Cowpens, the majority of the militia who turned out to support Daniel Morgan's riflemen and William Washington's dragoons were mounted. Only by the most persuasive arguments did these men abandon their horses at the rear of the Patriot line. They fired a few rounds in the open field as infantry, as Morgan had requested, discreetly retreated in good order, and returned as mounted pursuers of a routed enemy. The local militia, to whom Tarleton had previously shown little quarter and no compassion, particularly savored his defeat. Morgan showed his understanding of the militia in these circumstances, asking them to fire just 2 rounds before retiring. Moreover, the British, seeing the militia in retreat, ran forward into a trap set by the Continental troops who had remained out of sight. Finally, there was the 4th impression that American riflemen were capable of remarkable accuracy on the battlefield and could pick off British officers up to 400 yards away. Militia armed with musket often attempted to dress and deploy in the manner of riflemen because of the fear that it engendered among the enemy. A British officer noted after the Battle of Great Bridge, in less than 10 minutes that we were exposed to the enemy's fire, upwards of 70 of our little detachment were killed and wounded. Janet Shaw, a visitor to North Carolina from England, was impressed by the quality of patriot marksmanship. Their exercise was that of bush fighting, and the worst figure there can shoot from behind a bush and kill even a general. A Hessian officer noted, in their ability to hit an object, their riflemen are terrible. In 1777, Timothy Murphy was selected as one of 500 hand-picked riflemen to go with Morgan to upstate New York to fight at Saratoga. At one point, the British, having been pushed back, were being rallied by Brigadier General Simon Fraser. Benedict Arnold rode up to Morgan, pointed at Fraser, and told Morgan the man was worth a regiment to the British on the battlefield. Morgan called on Murphy, who climbed a nearby tree, took careful aim at the extreme distance of 300 yards, and fired 4 times. The first shot was a close miss, the second grazed the general's horse, and with the third, Fraser tumbled from his horse, shot through the stomach. As Sir Francis Clerke, General Burgoyne's chief aide-de-camp, galloped onto the field with a message, Murphy's 4th shot killed him instantly. Murphy remains one of the most highly honored of America's first snipers. The concept of precise fire applied at longer ranges than that of the standard military musket had been demonstrated both in Europe, principally by German Jaegers, and by American backwoodsmen during the French and Indian War. Yet it was not until the Revolution that such large numbers of riflemen were present on the battlefield, nor was their use ever before so ruthlessly applied. Captain William Congreve of the Royal Artillery noted that at the Battle of Brooklyn Heights, the riflemen being covered by trees and large stones had very much the advantage of us, who were upon open ground. General John Burgoyne described the tactics used by the Patriot riflemen during the Saratoga campaign. The enemy had with their army a great many marksmen, armed with rifle barrel pieces. These, during an engagement, hovered upon the flanks in small detachments, and were very expert in securing themselves and in shifting their ground. In this action, many placed themselves in high trees in the rear of their own line, and there was seldom a minute's interval of smoke in any part of our line without officers being taken off by a single shot. A despotic power. In the published editions of his sermon, Stand Alarmed, John Allen included a dedication to the British Secretary of State for the colonies. Herein, Allen challenged the man. Would he like to have his birthright, liberty, and freedom taken away by his king, or by the ministry, or both? Would not he immediately say it was tyranny, oppression, and destruction by a despotic power? Appendix. Loyalist militia. Civil disturbances, like revolutions, are particularly gruesome because the contending parties often hold highly principled positions regarding religion, culture, or morality that exhibit themselves as hatred and loathing of the opposition among individuals. Revolutions sometimes engender violent repression by the government, or equally violent intimidation by anti-government forces. It is not unusual under these circumstances for large unconvinced segments of the population to form who simply refuse to participate in the violence or to perform the roles assigned to them by the opposing parties. This may have been the case during the American Revolution, when a large portion of the population fell victim to the contending rebel and loyalist extremes. The Loyalists in America were as patriotic in their own cause as any rebel against the crown, and they formed their own equivalent of a militia. These regiments were never as numerous as those of the Patriots. Loyalists were more conservative than the so-called Patriots, and men of property generally resisted the radicals of either stripe everywhere. They waited for the government or government troops to fight their battles for them. They waited too long. Moreover, the British Army tended to use the Loyalist militias for their own strategic purposes, sometimes stripping a region of armed Loyalist militia to carry out operations many hundreds of miles away. In parts of Maryland, Loyalists clearly outnumbered Patriots, and the Chesapeake Peninsula had the highest proportion of active Loyalists in the colonies. In 1775, Lord Dunmore personally helped organize 1,500 Tories in Delaware, and in 1776, the Royal Navy landed agents in the state to help direct Loyalist resistance. New Jersey was a crazy quilt of Patriot and Loyalist towns, and many atrocities were perpetrated there among warring militias. Loyalism in New England was virtually extinguished in the first months of the Revolution. When detected by the Committees of Safety, Loyalists had sometimes been arrested on charges of disaffection to the cause and confined in jails. The worst of these prisons was undoubtedly the Simsbury Mines in Connecticut, where scores of men were confined underground in the dark and damp galleries left behind by the copper miners. "Rouse America," a Patriot newspaper editor warned. "Your danger is great, great from a quarter where you least expect it. They will yet be the ruin of you. 'Tis high time they were separated from among you. They are now just engaged in undermining your liberties." The immediate reaction was one of sometimes violent retribution directed at the Loyalist population. The best safe haven for Loyalists and their families proved to be British-held New York. The city provided more Loyalist soldiers to the British forces during the rebellion than any other city in America or Europe. The neutral ground around the city was the haunt of Loyalist cowboys and Patriot skinners, so named because of their affinity for stealing livestock and robbing persons of their goods along the highways, respectively. These persons, usually in small groups of less than a half dozen, fought a partisan war of their own, largely undirected by higher authority, and it was two of these skinners that uncovered the treasonous plot involving Benedict Arnold. Loyalist bands in league with the Indians carried out much of the frontier warfare of the Revolution and were responsible for many of its war atrocities: Cherry Valley, New York; Wyoming Valley, Pennsylvania; Waxhaws, South Carolina. In June 1777, many of the families on the New York frontier were apprehensive due to Burgoyne's advance with a large army composed of British regulars, Loyalists, and allied Indians. Sir John Johnson, son of the late Sir William Johnson, actively joined the Tories of his Royal Greens and Joseph Brant's Indians in the field. John Johnson was one of the most active Loyalist leaders on the frontier. The father and son team of John and Walter Butler were also particularly active in harassing the settlements with their Tory Rangers. Dressed in short, dark green coatees, Indian leggings, and moccasins, and carrying tomahawks and muskets, Butler's Rangers accompanied the Indians in raids throughout New York and Pennsylvania. At Fort Niagara, Sir Guy Johnson oversaw the effort to convince the Indians of western New York to take up arms against the Patriots. With the added influence of his cousin, Sir John Johnson, and of the Mohawk war leader Joseph Brant, Sir Guy was able to bring 4 of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy to the British side. Brant had left the Mohawk Valley in 1775 and traveled with Guy Johnson to Montreal, where plans were made for the Iroquois to raise the king's standard across the frontier. Because he could speak the dialects of all the Iroquois nations and was noted for his devotion to the Johnsons, Brant was made captain of the 6 Nations Indian Department. Near Fort Niagara, Brant recruited a group of volunteers that included both Indians and whites, whom the Patriots considered renegades. In 1778, Brant established his headquarters at Onondaga, the ancestral center of the Iroquois Confederacy. From here, he led more than 300 Loyalists and Indians against the Patriot settlements along the rivers and creeks that fed into the Mohawk River. They ranged throughout the New York frontier, falling particularly on the old German and Dutch settlements in the Schoharie, Cobleskill, and Mohawk valleys. Brant was so active in pursuing the war in the New York and Pennsylvania border region that eyewitnesses identified him as simultaneously leading raids that were hundreds of miles apart. One historian has called William Tryon the evil genius of the royal cause in America because of his many successes in prosecuting Loyalist raids on Patriot strongholds. He stood out early, however, in both North Carolina and New York as the most principled political architect of royal resistance to protest, as well as one of its most aggressive military leaders. During the Revolution, Tryon operated with a force composed of more than 2,000 Loyalist militiamen encamped on Long Island near Flushing, Queens, in New York. He organized a stronghold on the North Shore near Glen Cove, and from here launched amphibious raids across the Long Island Sound into Connecticut. In April 1777, the Loyalists in brick red or dark green uniforms, commanded by Tryon, crossed Long Island Sound and landed unopposed at Campo Beach near Westport, Connecticut. They marched inland to raid the towns of Bethel, Ridgefield, and Danbury. The American supply depot at Danbury was burned with a great loss of valuable blankets, preserved meat, and flour. While trying to impede the British return to their ships, Continental Army General David Wooster was killed, and Benedict Arnold assumed command of the local troops. Arnold, a wounded hero of the Canadian campaign, but initially passed over for a position as a general officer due to regional quotas enforced by Congress, was chosen to fill the vacancy created by Wooster's death. The 1777 raid was followed in July 1779 by a larger affair employing more than 18 warships and 2,000 Loyalist soldiers. This time, Tryon targeted the towns of East Haven, New Haven, West Haven, Fairfield, and Norwalk. The landing at Calf Pasture Beach in Norwalk was the largest amphibious operation mounted by Loyalist forces during the entire Revolutionary War. Described in British records as a nest of privateers, Norwalk, with its protective archipelago of small sandy islands and shallow waters, had served as an American vice admiralty court for small prizes taken on the Sound. This fact has almost escaped historians because all the court records were burned during the 1779 raid, along with 88 homes, dozens of barns, and a church. 3 separate fights were fought in Norwalk: Grumman Hill, Old Well, and the Rocks. Captain Stephen Betts of Norwalk was able to quickly secure 6 small ships' cannon for the defense of the town against British raiders at the Battle of the Rocks. The American forces included troops commanded by Betts, Captain Jeremiah Eels, Captain Phineas Sherman, and Major David Porter. The Redcoats and Loyalists simply could not dislodge the small group of patriots who had positioned the guns among the rocky crags that jutted up 20 to 30 feet from the rolling farmland of the town. The British lost 20 killed and 96 wounded. Out of all towns the British attacked, Norwalk was the most heavily damaged. The British capture of Charleston, South Carolina, in May 1780, and the victory at Camden in August temporarily revitalized Loyalist support, and when Lord Cornwallis invaded North Carolina, a large number of Tories turned out in the frontier regions of the state to support him. As the British Army scored its victories in the South, small bands of Tories formed in response. At Kings Mountain, however, every Loyalist in the fight was killed, wounded, or captured. The Loyalist dead numbered 157, while the Patriot losses were 28 dead and 52 wounded. This Patriot victory drained the blood from Southern Loyalist support and dissuaded many Tories from coming forward. Thereafter, small groups of Loyalists managed only sporadic victories. It seems clear that the Patriots were unprepared to found an entirely new form of government when the war ended. At least 100,000 Loyalists fled to England or Canada during the course of the Revolution. Many waited until 1782 to take ship with the last of the Redcoats to leave New York City, hoping in vain for a positive turn in British fortunes. One historian has noted, the formation of the Tory or Loyalist Party in the American Revolution, its persecution by the Whigs during a long and fratricidal war, and the banishment or death of these most conservative and respectable Americans is a tragedy but rarely paralleled in the history of the world. Ironically, most Americans today who believe in traditional American government and conservatism would probably find themselves siding with the Loyalists if they lived in 1775. This has been Stand Alarmed: Militia in America, 1607 to 1783, Traditional American History Series, 2nd edition. Written by James M. Volo. Narrated by Robert Stone. Copyright 2013 by James M. Volo. Production copyright by James M. Volo.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.